Hello everybody, welcome into our latest live broadcast. Today it is Sunday, the 9th of March, 2025. I'm your host, CareyHolzman, and daylight savings time took effect today, so everybody's got to move their clocks an hour ahead, except, well, a few places, and we're one of them. Here in Arizona, we do not honor daylight saving time. We just keep the clocks the same all year round. So we start at our regular 1 o'clock p.m. Phoenix time. That now becomes 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, and it becomes 4 p.m. Eastern time. So everything shifts back, or shifts forward rather, an hour on the east and west coast, and of course in the central as well. So just as a reminder, if you're in the USA, don't be late for work tomorrow. Set your clocks. All right, so with that, would you be late? Yeah, you would absolutely be an hour late. Haven't had to deal with that for a long time. Hope you're all having a great Sunday. Thank you so much for joining me today. I wanted to talk to you today a bit about networking and whether or not it's anything you need to be concerned about and why you would be. Basically, networking, in the sense that we're going to talk about it today, is about sharing data, sharing a printer, sharing your internet connection with other computers in the same building. So when I'm talking about local area networking, not wide area networking, which would be sharing or using the network around the world, wide area network or WAN, local area network in the building, LAN. That building could be your house, it could be an office, regardless. LAN, local area network. And when you're, let's just go back a step, when you're purchasing your internet connection from your internet service provider, they want to know what tier you want, what speed do you want. And the faster you want to go, just like a car, the price goes up. Now, for some of us, this is non-negotiable. And for others, it's a luxury, or they just don't care. Just give me the cheapest thing you got. We've got customers here that are across the board. We've got many businesses that traditionally get the best thing they can get, right? Because they have numerous employees all trying to get on the internet at the same time, or periodically throughout the day, multiple employees are trying to get on the computer at the same time. We have home users that have multiple people in the house that are all trying to use the internet for different purposes, and often put a bigger load on it than a lot of businesses do in a small business, because they're streaming Netflix, or they're gaming, or they're having some long form amount of data being streamed to them. But at the same time, someone else in the house may also be watching Netflix or Amazon Prime or Paramount Plus or Disney Plus or any of these other video streaming services. Plus, you've got your Internet of Things, which could be security cameras, doorbells, garage door openers, appliances, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it all starts to add up. Every cell phone for everybody in the house that's connecting to the network, there's another connection sharing that bandwidth. So when we talk about bandwidth speed, a lot of people only relay that to how fast their particular connection is going to go. But it really is designed for multiple people being able to connect simultaneously without slowing each other down. So for example, if you don't have very good water pressure, or you have a small water heater in your house, and you're taking a hot shower and then someone flushes the toilet, or someone else turns on the water somewhere else in the house, and we've all experienced this in hotels and even in your homes, where the water temperature changes and your shower gets really cold all of a sudden. That's because you don't have enough flow, right? So in a sense, when you think about your internet speed, we're talking about the flow of the data. And if we can increase that flow, that means numerous people can utilize the sink or shower or washing machine or dishwasher all at the same time without a drop in pressure or a drop in temperature. In the same way, the internet flows. The difference is, of course, that the data is flowing through the same size pipe regardless, whereas water pressure might need a bigger pipe. That's where my metaphor sort of loses a little bit. But essentially, when a lot of people say, oh, well, the internet service provider's offering Gigabit, or whatever they're calling it now, I want that to go faster. Who really benefits that most of the time is somebody who's got multiple people using the internet in the same building at the same time. Now, when you go beyond those speeds, Then we start getting into local area network, things for file and printer sharing. And while speeding up the network to go to your printer can only eat so fast. It can only eat the data that you're sending it at one speed, regardless of how fast your network is. And likewise, when two items on a network are communicating with each other, they have to communicate at the slowest speed of each device talking, or the equipment they're talking between. So for example, in a network, your computer would connect to your router, and another computer would connect to the router. And if both of those computers have the capability of talking at very high speeds, but the router doesn't, then everything's limited to the speed of the slowest device in that chain. So the router can say, okay, computer A wants to talk to computer B wants to talk to computer A, and the router makes that communication happen. It directs the traffic, it protects the traffic from going outside of the building, keeps it local. We call this network address translation, but I don't want to get too technical here. So if you upgrade this computer to a 10 gig network card and this computer to a 5 gig network card, but the router only transfers data at 1 gig, what is the transfer speed between the files between these two computers going to be? And if your internet is also 1 gig, even though this computer has a 10 gig card and this computer has a 5 gig card, what's your internet speed going to, or what's your total speed going to be when you're communicating and you do a speed test? It's going to be whatever the slowest thing is. So if you get on the freeway with the fastest car ever built, you can only go as fast as the car in front of you. You understand? So even though you have the capability on an open road to put the pedal to the metal, assuming the weather's great and the road's in great condition, the car's well maintained, you floor it, and now your car can be the fastest car in the world, provided you've got the room and the capability. So while we can upgrade our network card on a computer, it will likely do us no good on our internet speed. It'll make no change. For that, you need to call up your internet service provider if you want that to go faster. We need to upgrade our router because we're limited to the speed of the router. And then we also have to upgrade any subsequent computers we also run faster, because just upgrading one doesn't make a lot of sense. That's why these faster speeds, when we talk about network interface cards or we talk about internet service providers, are primarily intended, and I'm going to keep saying this, for people that have multiple people in the building all trying to connect at the same time without affecting one another. So two people want to take a shower in the same house, and you don't want to run out of hot water too quickly, and you also don't want the water pressure to drop in half. Otherwise, everybody's got to wait their own turn. And much the same way, if you don't have a fast enough internet connection and one person's causing the other person to constantly buffer, where their stream of the movie, the Netflix they're watching keeps buffering and it's really annoying, then they're going to have to wait until one person is done. Then they can go and do their thing one at a time. But if everybody wants to go at the same time, you boost your speeds. Now, there's a second reason for boosting your local area network speed, and that would be if you're transferring large files. Where you're going to hear a lot about that here on YouTube is with video editing. People that are creating content on one computer and they want to edit it on another computer. Typically, a computer that does editing is dedicated for that purpose, because likely where you're going to be to create the content, where you're going to be to edit the content, in many cases will be two different locations. Also, if you're making a lot of content, you need a lot of storage. So that means an external drive. It means a fast drive, preferably SSD based. It means potentially a NAS, a network attached storage device, to hold all of the data. When you have that much data and you need to extract or pull that data to locally so you can work on it and then put it back when you're done, the data is sizable. In many cases, like the files that I create in my live streams, not uncommon for them to be 80 to 130 gigs for one video. So if I'm going to move 10 videos, if I'm going to move 15 videos over a 100 or 1000 megabyte network, we're going to be a while. And that's okay. I can just set it to copy and go about using my computer for other things until it's done. But if I want to get things done, I need that file to transfer faster. The sooner it's done, the sooner I can get to work. And for that, we upgrade to 2.5 gig. 2.5 gig is 2.5 times faster than 1 gig in data transfer speeds. We can upgrade to 5 gig. 5 gig is twice as fast as 2.5 gig. And we can upgrade to 10 gig now for home users, which is still fairly expensive, but overall it's affordable. And to do that, you need a 10 gig router or switch, and you need at least 2 computers that can have 10 gig network cards with 10 gig capable Category 6A cabling running between them. If the cabling is some cheap old cable you have from a few years ago, it'll connect at 10 gig, but it likely won't transfer at 10 gig. This is where we run into issues in cabling where people don't realize because they made their own cables or they want to use cables from a while ago, and it doesn't matter if it's a video HDMI cable or a DisplayPort cable. As soon as you start mixing old with new, this is where you'll start having problems. Guaranteed every time. You may not have the problems now, but you're going to. A lot of the repair requests that I see online are coming from people that are trying to revive or keep alive an old obsolete computer. And what they don't realize is whatever the trouble is they're trying to get past, that's just the beginning. Because once they think they have it fixed, it won't be long before there's the next problem. I see people buying brand new monitors, but they don't want to buy new cables, and the monitor won't display any signal from the computer. Gee, I wonder why. The HDMI standards keep changing. We're on what, version 2.2 now. So if you bought the latest and greatest monitor for, and who wouldn't want the latest and greatest monitor to enjoy your computer better or to its full potential, replace the cable. For what you spent on the computer and what you spent on that monitor, a cable is $10. It's not a big expense, and they last for years and years and years. And obviously, if you want to go certain resolutions or frame rates, you need to go to a DisplayPort cable. And once again, if you have an old DisplayPort cable and you're using it with an old computer and an old monitor, leave it alone. But the minute that you go to something new and you want to combine it with something old, expect to have difficulties every single time. Now, how we define old and how we define difficulties, well, look, all I can tell you is it is a common denominator. If you just search for computer repair or help with my computer, you're going to find a ton of people with old stuff asking for help than people with new stuff. That's just the way it is. After about 10 years, you should not be relying on a computer, period. Unless you're using that computer with the same operating system it had 10 years ago, with all the same software, printers, hardware, keyboard, mouse, everything that you bought 10 years ago. If you don't change it, it will continue to work. It just won't be safe online anymore, eventually. But the minute you buy that new printer and you try and get that new printer set up, or you download the latest Adobe or Microsoft Office or whatever the latest thing is that everybody's got to have, you are going to have trouble getting that to work. And it may not even be compatible, and it may be just a complete waste of time for you to make the attempt. And then as the computer ages, this becomes more and more frequent. The idea that something will work with it after it's 10 years old, about 80% chance it'll be okay. The older it gets, especially when Windows 10 goes end of life, within 2 or 3 years trying to get a printer that'll work, it's going to get very difficult. Just like if you tried to go back to Windows XP today. If you want to try it, try it. And what you're going to find is you can't get anything to work, even getting a working browser. And it's not as though it just shuts off overnight, but it just fades. So one company stops supporting it, another company. It doesn't affect you because you don't do business with those companies and you haven't yet. And eventually when you do, this is all out of sight, out of mind. You buy whatever it is you need, software or hardware, and you come to the hard realization that this isn't going to work and something's wrong with the computer. The fact is there's nothing wrong with the computer. It's your insistence of trying to keep something up and around that's long since gone. And this is a very frustrating part for me because oftentimes the help people are asking for has more value than what they're trying to fix. So when they're asking for help online for free and they get every forum member commenting whatever they Google search, or if they make stuff up, and you've got to filter through all these results and figure out which one's telling you the truth, which one knows what they're talking about, where any of these work. You're paying with your time and you're paying in frustration when you could have just bought something new, kept up, said, I got my money's worth out of this 10-year-old computer. It doesn't owe me anything. As a trinket, as a toy to play with, fine, keep it. But it's something that's stressing you out because you need to get online and you can't. I wouldn't buy the cheapest thing possible that I'm relying on. If I was going to get a life preserver because I'm going on a canoe trip, I'm not going to buy the cheapest life preserver or life vest that Walmart sells. That's just one thing I'm not going to go cheap on. If I see that there's expired meat at the store that's discounted that could potentially make me sick, it's not worth the $1.50 savings to me. If I'm going to eat a meal, I want to enjoy it. Some people eat to live, some people live to eat. I live to eat. I should be 400 pounds. I'm working on it. But I really want to enjoy every meal, or I don't want to eat. I lose my appetite. If some people say, well, this doesn't taste good, but it's good for me. I'm not one of those people. So I would rather not eat than eat something that I don't enjoy or that may potentially make me ill. And it's not a big difference in price. It really isn't. So with that being said, I want to talk to you about, again, networking, and specifically this ultra-fast 10 gig networking that when we talked about the X1 AI from Miniswarm, what I hear people having any issue at all with this is that the computer only has 2.5 gig networking. All right, so they say, oh, this thing should have had 10. Listen, if it would have had 10, I wouldn't complain, but I don't expect any computer to have 10, quite honestly. That's like a bonus. That's like a ultra high-end Ethernet adapter. And you can get motherboards that have 10 gig Ethernet adapters built in. However, most don't, and you have to spend a lot of money. In addition to whatever a motherboard costs to get that 10 gig adapter, you might be adding $100 to the price of that board. Now, there are other ways to add a 10 gig adapter that don't limit your board choice. So in other words, if the board that comes with the 10 gig adapter is $500, it's also because it comes with a bunch of other stuff. They didn't just give you a 10 gig adapter and then go cheap on the USB ports and other connectivity. Everything will be at that level, and therefore the price is going to be significantly more. But if all you wanted to do was speed up your network, you can get a USB-based network card. Now, I have shown you in previous videos. Let's see if I go down here. I've got a few of these down here somewhere. Well, you'll get the idea. I've got a handful of these little USB to Ethernet ports, and I have these in 1 gig and in 2.5 gig size. And I have them in USB Type A ends and USB Type C. Either way. And sometimes when I'm building a computer and the network card driver doesn't automatically load from Windows 11, which is pretty typical on the latest motherboards where the chipset drivers and the Ethernet drivers are not yet available from Windows Update. This is what you get if you want to be an early adopter of tech. You've got to have the technical knowledge to know how to use this latest tech you just bought, or you're going to be stuck. So I'll just plug in an Ethernet to USB adapter. These are $10 to $20 on Amazon, 1 gig, 2.5 gig. Read the comments to make sure you're getting one that automatically has built-in drivers, so when you plug it in, Windows knows immediately what it is without going to Windows Update, obviously, because you wouldn't have any internet. And then I temporarily plug my internet into this. Then I'm able to download the drivers for the built-in LAN controller, as well as download Windows Updates and other drivers for the chipset. Once I've installed the Ethernet driver, I don't need this anymore, and I unplug it, and that's it. We never need this again for that computer. So I use these a lot because I deal with a lot of the latest tech. But what if, like I said, these are 1 gig, 2.5 gig, and you can now get them in 5 gig. But the 5 gig, you will have to load the driver on, and it won't do you any good unless you also have a 5 gig capable router. And for any reason, a 5 gig or better internet connection that you could utilize it for downloading drivers. And then at which point, it's the server you're downloading the drivers from on the internet that may be what's slowing you down. So even then, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be any faster. We'll get back to traffic on the road. You could have a fast car, but if it's rush hour and the traffic is just crawling, you're going to be crawling too. Doesn't matter how fast your car is. So for me, the 1 gig and 2.5 gig is all I need. It's more than enough for an internet service provider, and it gets the job done. But you should know now they have them available in 10 gig. Now these are absolutely going to need a driver. So what I have to do is make a little USB driver installer, essentially. Just take a small USB flash drive, download the driver for your 10 gig USB network card, and keep them together. Because anytime I'm going to plug this in, I will absolutely have to download the driver, even if, let's say I've got a working internet connection right now, Windows Update isn't going to find this. Not yet, it's too new. What makes this different from Orico is it's very small and light. When you go to 10 gig networking, everything gets super hot. That is normal and nothing to be concerned about. It gets really, really hot. And the way they dissipate that heat is usually through a large, heavy metal heatsink. They're heavy, and I was only able to pick one up at AliExpress. They weren't even selling them in the United States for about $130. And now I see they're available on Amazon for about $130, and they're big and they're heavy. And Thunderbolt or USB 4 only. This will be the same, by the way. This is a Thunderbolt networking card, because in order to achieve those 10 gig speeds with all the overhead for USB data transfer, regular USB 3.1 and 3.2 isn't going to cut it. You need to jump to USB 4 or Thunderbolt 4. I've also seen them in Thunderbolt 3, and that'll be the USB Type-C connection. And without that, you're just not going to achieve the 10 gig speeds. In fact, it may not even load the driver if it's not compatible with the port you've plugged it into. Now, these are outrageous speeds. 10 gig is outrageous for a home user. Most, I'd say over 99.5% of home users would have no benefit or proper use case for 10 gig, but you can upgrade to it if you've got the money. If you've got the money and you've got the desire, it's now affordable. And when I say affordable, I mean it costs now what 1 gig networking used to cost 25 years ago. It may seem expensive compared to 1 gig, but that's also because it just became available. And what Orico has done here with this model that we're going to show you today, which is still shrink wrapped, is we're going to show you how much smaller and lighter this is, because it's got a little cooling fan in it. That means it's got to have a little noise, a little bit, in theory. I haven't tried it yet. And we'll load the driver and we can transfer some files. To transfer files, again, they're not going to go any faster than the slowest connection. So if I had a bunch of my video files and I want to put them up on Google Drive, it doesn't matter how fast my network card is. That's on my internet service provider's upload speed that I'm paying for. If I want to transfer the file to the NAS, these video files, then I can go 10 gig here and 10 gig to the NAS through a 10 gig switch, and now my limitation will be on how fast the NAS can process the data. And if I want to transfer the files from one computer to another computer, both at 10 gig, that's where we're going to see the biggest difference in performance. But I will say, once you hit 5 gig and go above that, it's a point of diminishing returns for most of us, unless you're just constantly moving big files. But then where do those video or files come from? You're not going to be downloading them at 10 gig. You can't have that many that you're doing it that often every day, or you would run out of storage in a week. So that would be highly unusual. So that's why I go back to primarily having multiple people all trying to access data at the same time within the same building. 10 gig can make a really big difference, and not even realizing that anybody else is using the network. You could think you have the whole thing to yourself. You're able to do everything at high speed, and so can the person in the next office or the next room or on the next floor, and nobody affects the other person. And that's where 10 gig really, really shines. Now, with that introduction, which was quite lengthy, let me say hello to everybody. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great Sunday. We're going to get at this here in just a moment. And let's see what we've got going on here in the chat room. Is Orico a good brand? That's what YTG in the chat wants to know. We've had a number of different Orico products here that we've reviewed on the channel. And the reason I say yes anytime Orico offers to send us items is because I think they're worth considering. I haven't seen anything from Orico let me rephrase that. When it comes to things like flash drives, NVMe external enclosures, really fast USB 4, 40 gig per second, Orico makes some really, really good stuff at a very low price, especially compared to just shop around. We haven't had any issues with anything Orico with regards to like a warranty or an RMA return. They had some external SSDs that as you were transferring a lot of data, they started to slow down and get hot. And that was a couple of years ago. Their NVMe drive outperformed and was more compatible than the more expensive Zyke drive. Even though the Zyke drive felt like it was made of better material, it had an incompatibility with our MSO1, and we don't know who's to blame on that, but we simply switched the Orico cable with the two that came with the Zyke drive, and the Zyke drive worked great. So it's really a cable issue, but Zyke says it's not on us. And Minisforum says it's not on us. And we would have used any other USB 4 computer, we probably wouldn't have had any problem. But nonetheless, we did have a problem with the Zyke drive. We did not have a problem with the Orico. And given that the Orico costs less, I think it was a solid value and a recommended product. So if I didn't think the brand was any good, if we've reviewed some things and we thought, you know, I'm not going to give them time and attention to discuss it unless I feel like they have the potential to be an industry leader. And right now, as long as they're not an industry leader, the way that they're going to convince you to buy their products is to have a lower price. So if you're looking for something that is high-end but low price, so for example, a 10G network card, external network card, price them around. You know, look at differences between the cost of the switches, the cost of the cables, and the cost of the network cards themselves. You'll find very few to pick from. It's sort of like wanting to use a coupon at a very fine dining reservations required exclusive steakhouse. Usually that's just not done. If you want to go to a fancy, I don't know, Morton Steakhouse comes to mind, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, somewhere that is $100+ a plate, you likely will not be pulling out a coupon. It's just, there's a certain amount of class involved with dining and fine dining. It doesn't usually involve coupons. If what you're doing is trying to establish the fastest network connection possible, and you're looking for the cheapest possible way to do that, I'm getting a little stuck here because at Orico, they've got a unique product here. This is not the cheapest, but it's a unique product in that it's smaller and lighter and it has a cooling fan. The other ones I see are just a big block of metal that get hot and they just cool passively. Depending on how important that is to you, it's worth it if you see a value in having it actively cooled versus passively cooled. Then there's the issue of warranty. There's also the issue of availability. So when we're defining what good is, there's so much more to consider because you've got, as I mentioned, overall value or the price. They could have the best price in the world and constantly be sold out. And it doesn't matter what the price is because you can't get it anyway, right? Think like the AMD 9800X 3D. You can't buy it. The price is irrelevant. It's got to be available. It's got to be a good value. Does the brand have a good reputation? I'd say that they do, except that I haven't utilized them a lot full time. But what I have seen from them, I've really liked. And that's why if they offer to send something for review, for Orico, I always say yes. I haven't been really disappointed by anything other than the external USB flash storage, which works fast at first. So for most people, they probably wouldn't hammer on it like I do in my testing. But when it gets hammered on, it slows down. Or at least the one I tested slows down. Now their Orico NVMe enclosure didn't do that. It was fine. It kept it cool. It was fast the whole time. So when we talk about good, right? And how we determine what good is, we also have to consider, is the support any good? Do they honor their warranties? Is it easy to send something back if there's a problem? I haven't had to send anything back yet, so I don't know. Nothing I've gotten has failed where it would be a return material authorization request. So I have no idea what their support is like, and I don't know what sort of warranty return process there is. If that's important to you, then I would recommend you buy from a brand based in your country or that has a headquarters in your country. So for example, here in the USA, I can buy from Corsair, EVGA, NZXT. They all are reputable brands established here in the United States with headquarters with a solid return material authorization process. It's smooth. With Orico, I don't know that they have a USA headquarters. I don't know how they handle that. But if that were important to me, I would spend the extra money to go to the bigger name brand. So you have to understand that when you're paying for a product, part of what you're paying for is going to be that reassurance if you need it, or you can save money and get no reassurance. You can go on AliExpress and it's just like a garage sale. You get over there, you buy what you want, you wait 3 weeks for it to arrive, and when it arrives, like it or lump it, too bad. Now, AliExpress does have a return process. I think they allow 1 return. Sending something back to China is not easy, it's not cheap, and it's not probably worth whatever you paid so little for to even bother to return it. You chalk it up as the cost of a lesson learned and move on. Temu is the same way. There's just so much crap being sold without any sort of consequence, but it's cheap, and so people buy it based on nothing other than the cost. But what they're really doing is taking that money and flushing it down the toilet, in my opinion. You feel like this is a really good bargain, I need to buy it, and what you end up doing is wasting money on something that you just can't use and has no warranty or support, and you'd have been better off keeping the money. But this, at the end of the day, is up to each individual buyer. Just understand that the cost of what you're buying is built into the level of support you get. And with Orico, I just don't know, because so far, everything we've tested from Orico, whether it's NVMe drives and closures, everything works. There's never been a problem with anything not working. Now, if any of you have experience with Orico and you want to share it with us, we'd love to hear your experience as well, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what some YouTube influencer thinks about something. What matters is what you spent your hard-earned money on, that you rely on day after day. And have you regretted that purchase, or would you buy another? That's who we'd love to hear from, is from people with actual experience, instead of this anxiety and speculation of, is it any good? It doesn't matter at the end of the day, because every company makes a bad product. Every company has issues where the delivery driver drop kicks it to somebody's front door and it arrives broken. That's not the manufacturer's fault. So you can't go through life looking to avoid every possible obstacle. And besides that, what a boring life you would live without any sort of interesting things happening. At the end of the day, the only one who can decide whether or not something's good is you. And so if you show an interest in something they make, look at the reviews online, make your decision, and then come back and let us know. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Buy from a site like Amazon, where you have 30-day free returns for any reason at all. And you're safe. You know what I mean? You've got that security if you need that security. If you don't need that security, then you can save money and buy from sites like AliExpress. If you don't need 2-day shipping, if you don't need customer support, and you don't need any warranty to be honored, there's a lot of money that can be saved, because all that stuff costs extra to provide it. I don't know that that determines of a company being good or bad, but that's up to each of you to decide. Alej Depej renews membership, now a member for 26 months. He says, hello, chat. I just jumped in to say hello. I've got to work in the morning, so I'll watch this stream later. Be safe all, and see you all soon. And bye for now. Thank you, Alej. Thank you for renewing your membership and popping in and saying hello. John Paul Bacon and Eugene Hidalgo and Luke Greenia say hello. There's Rick Lakes and Michael Lavelle say hello. Of course, Mara's in our chat room, along with Darren Gilholm and Mortant. There's also Mark Gaines and Thomas MacT joining us. I also see Scott and Ben Laird saying hello. Jose Lopez with a $2 super chat says hello, Carey and Mara. Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for your super chat. Dean Surmersheim says hello, as well as Gil Garcia, Patrick T., Tony's RC. Our friend Buster with a 10-pound super chat. That's Peter Laycock, for those of you new here. Buster's a great friend of the channel. And he says, hello, Carey and Mar, and everyone in the chat. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 43 degrees Fahrenheit or 6.1 degrees Celsius. He says, I just popped in to say hello. I will catch up tomorrow. Thank you, Buster. Leslie Cavan says hello. We also see Doman 2000 and Planet Cryos saying hello. Richard DeFries from Ireland says hello, and Daryl Loftus and Dazzle555 say hello. Phil Stodd joins us, as well as John Williams, Eddie Casanova. I'm still a little congested, so I apologize for the sniffles, but it's a live video, so what can I do? Let's see. Ron Barnish says hello. Welcome into Ron. Mike High says hello. YTJ joining us says good afternoon. Channel Zero says hello. Evan Lanthier says hello. There's Oystein joining us. Welcome back, Oystein, joining us all the way from Norway. Patrick Manny says hello. $2 super chat from our friend Planet Cryos. Also, Planet Cryos has been busy creating new content over at his channel. So if you enjoy my channel, be sure and check out his shorter edited videos, because I think if you enjoy my content, you'll enjoy his content as well. Maybe even more so. Davis Parsons says hello. He says, I have used several Orico items. I've not had any problems with them. Well, there you go. Right. So these folks in our community who have been a part of the community for a while may have been inspired to purchase an Orico product of a review that we've done in the past, or maybe they just discovered it on their own. I don't know in Davis's case what the scenario is, but you can't get more accurate than an actual user spending their actual money to find out if they regret that decision or think it's a good decision. So that's why we love hearing back from our viewers in this regard. Never take a YouTube influencer's word for anything. I'm telling you, there's too much deception happening online. YouTube content creators often get paid from large manufacturers to promote products, and if they don't do it the way the manufacturer wants, then the YouTube content creator does not get paid. Now here, we can avoid that because we have an amazing community that supports us through memberships, through super chats, through Amazon gift cards or PayPal support. And the reason that we're able to be so direct with the candor and the honesty and the transparency is we have nothing to lose. If we have something good to say, if we have something bad to say, it's because myself as a professional working IT technician since 1991, I have no dog in the race. All I'm concerned about is, would I recommend this product to a customer? Would I sell this product to a customer? When my customers buy products from me, they're not buying Asus, they're not buying Orico, they're buying CareyHolzman. You understand? They don't care who makes it. They don't care how it hooks up. I'm going to be the one that recommends it. I'm going to be the one who installs it. I'm going to be the one who has to support it for free if they have any problems. And that's going to end up either making me look good to my client or making me look terrible to my client. And that's going to decide if I stay in business or go out of business. Because even if the client has trouble and I'm fixing it for free, how many times can I do that before the client's sick and tired of it? Or I'm just going broke because I can't charge the client for all that investment I'm making on a product that likely I made very little profit on. There's not a lot of profit in computers. So if I have to go back for support, it damages my reputation. So the client may never refer me. They may never buy from me again because of the inconvenience, regardless of the fact that I take care of it. Other clients may say he's too slow because while I'm busy trying to sort out a problem from a product I sold a customer, the other client is waiting for me, because there's just one of me, to get a job fixed, and they're running out of time, and they may end up going somewhere else. So you can see how that splits off and divides, and suddenly my business starts creating an abyss that's very hard to dig yourself out of. So at the end of the day, I'll tell you whether or not this is something I would recommend and back up or support for a client. But my clients are not guinea pigs. So I need personal experience for preferably a year, but at least in no less than 6 months before any recommendation officially comes from me. So you guys can let me know your recommendation if you've had a product for a while, and sometimes you get a product, you like it, and then you start to dislike it, or the other way around. Because when you live with it every day versus some YouTube content creator that has however much time they have with that product, then you move on to the next one, how do you know what their motivation is? Do they have... At the end of the day, if the YouTube content creator completely flat out lies or is told what they think, in other words, the manufacturer says, this is what you like about the product, yada, 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 you're going to say what we tell you to, and you're going to read the script we tell you to read, and then we're going to pay you once we verify that's what you've done. Maybe the content creator, they're thinking to themselves, I have no liability. I am free to say anything I want to say. If I tell you some product is completely, the bargain of the century, when in reality it's a piece of junk, there's no recourse for the content creator. Nothing. No downside. In the meantime, the manufacturer pays the content creator. They cash their check at the bank. They're doing well. Their poor viewers believed that content creator had bought a product and either never got it, or the product was not as advertised, or it has issues. In some cases, the content creator will say, I didn't know. Well, if you didn't know, you should have said that at the time, not after the fact. You're speculating, you're getting paid, and then you're trying to erase any liability or responsibility from the viewers who trust you. And what that's going to end up doing is it's going to lead to a really bad reputation, and viewers aren't going to trust you anymore. If that's the case, even if your business is content creation, you're going to have a hard time keeping an audience. So it works on YouTube as well, where eventually the viewers catch on and go, this person has no idea what they're talking about. They're just reading scripts and writing checks, and they're claiming they're reviews when they're really commercials. And the audience isn't dumb. The audience will get burned, some as little as once, and some, they see a pattern right away after the second or third time and go, that's it. There's no recourse other than to stop watching them. Other than that, you've got no legal recourse. It's between you and the company that you made a deal with, or that you purchased a product from. So if I use a product for preferably a year, or I'm using a product from a familiar company who I've used for years prior, then I at least have a basis of prior experience of dealing with the company for support reasons and warranty reasons, as well as reliability of the products overall that I've used. So I'll be much quicker to recommend those companies. So if I'm reviewing the latest SSD from Samsung, for example, I have a history using SSDs from Samsung, and I have no issue with recommending the latest Samsung SSDs. Certain ones, right? Like they have a new Gen 5 model that just came out. Samsung's not the first to come out with the Gen 5. And they've already, another company is already testing Gen 6 SSDs with speeds to 27,000 megabytes per second. The company doing the bleeding edge stuff, I'm not putting that in any customers' builds, but Samsung, overall, they have a good reputation. It's not perfect. Not every product they make is great. But I know they stand behind their products. I know they're not first to market with a lot of things. They're very careful about letting the technology evolve a little bit before they release it. And they're really good with warranty support. So they do cost more, obviously. But they're not the only brand I like. But that's an example where if we're looking at a Synology NAS, I've worked a lot with Synology over the years. They have a consistency in quality across their lineup, and they all use the same operating system. So it's very easy for me to recommend a brand new Synology NAS without having used it for a year. Because of prior experience with Synology, I expect more of the same. When it comes to a fairly new brand or a smaller brand where we haven't got as much time and experience with their products, it's too early for me to say, but the fact that I'm reviewing it, just that alone suggests that it holds promise. I wouldn't waste my time unless something is extraordinarily bad. I wouldn't waste my time to give a bad product any airtime, because what that happens is you get the opposite effect where people go, is it really that bad? And they go and they buy it just to see how bad it is. It's a strange human phenomenon that I could make the best how to build a computer repair video. I want you to think about the psychology here. The best video you've ever seen, the most thorough, the best close-ups, the best explanations. And that video will do okay. I could make the worst computer build video you've ever seen. It is so bad, you cannot believe how bad it is. And that video will go viral. As a content creator, if you're in it for the money, the content is all about generating revenue. It's not about accuracy or facts, and it's not even about having any integrity, from my perspective. A lot of viral videos will go viral because of how terrible they are, how egregious they are, and people can't believe it. And they go, hey, you got to see this. And it spreads like wildfire because of how terrible it is. I'm not chasing the money like that. Never have, never will. It's not my game. But do understand that the best PC build video that exists, regardless of who makes it, doesn't even come close in views and total revenue generation of the worst PC build video. I want you to keep that in mind. There's not a big financial incentive to be honest and transparent in the world today. Scaring people, being so wrong, but coming off so confidently that it offends people, that pays. Clickbait pays. Speculation, gossip, and anxiety sell well when it comes to clicking on titles, on articles, and videos. That's the world we live in online in 2025. Facts be damned. Fact checking be damned. This gets me paid. So keep that in mind. I'm not saying every content creator does that, but when you see videos that have very large views, something's different about it, right? And I dig into that because I'm from a generation where we're very skeptical. And everything may be on the up and up. But when I see a video performing really, really well, there's got to be something outrageous about it. Something about it's outrageous that's drawing attention to people. And whether or not that's factual or just entertaining, right, could be something just cute, just a really cute fuzzy animal, you know, a cat knocking something off a table. Those will get views because of the outrageous behaviors, but they're not necessarily lying to you. They're not really providing any information at all in that case. So in any event, be aware as a viewer, you have a choice of what you're watching. And if you get a sense that something that doesn't seem right, look at that content creator's other content and just kind of click on things randomly. See if there's a pattern there. Because some people are just presenters. They don't really have any experience with what they're presenting. You could be a journalist that one day you're writing about a crime downtown, and the next day you're writing about the local high school team, and the next day you're writing about a new technology company, and the journalist is no expert necessarily in any of these subjects and often get the information transposed or incorrect in their, when they go to transfer their interview to a written article. The written article can often be incorrect technically because they don't understand the subject matter. If you don't know the rules of the game and you're reporting on the football game, there may be some news there that you didn't even realize because you're not an expert in the subject. So this is a very common thing that I've seen throughout my life, where a journalist is constantly moving from subject matter to subject matter, from day to day, project to project. And some articles are more accurate than others, depending on the journalist and if they know what they're writing about. But the journalist is paid the same. Then when you go to hardware sites, computer hardware, like Tom's Hardware, hothardware.com, I expect experts. I don't expect people sitting at home to be writing articles. And if they are, regardless, they should be fact-checked by an editor before they're published. But today they're more interested in publishing first. then verifying what they're publishing is even understood correctly by the author. This is so disappointing to see this. So for example, Tom's Hardware had recently published a support article from Windows that said, or from Microsoft, that said Windows 11 would no longer support Gen 8, Gen 9, and Gen 10 Intel CPUs. But what they were looking at was a support page for OEM computer creators, computer builders, computer providers. Microsoft is saying, if you want our certification, you can't have it anymore on a brand new computer that's being sold today that has a Gen 8, Gen 9, or Gen 10 CPU. This was never intended for home users or consumers. This is intended strictly for new PC builders or sellers of new PCs if they want that Microsoft certification. Now, somebody got it misunderstood and they thought, oh, Windows 11 isn't going to support 8th, 9th, and 10th. And then they without fact checking it, without verifying their false interpretation, without anybody making them aware, you're looking at an OEM support article, not a consumer support article. Microsoft has a lot of OEMs and there's two different sides in support, depending on where you fall in that. And when I pointed this out to the gentleman who wrote it, he's like, well, maybe, but we'll wait till after the weekend and find out from Microsoft. And my argument is, you should have waited till after the weekend and you found out from Microsoft before you published the article. Because what happened after he published that article? A bunch of people came in the chat room wanting to know, is this true? Have you seen this article? And it created all this anxiety and all this panic, and it generated a lot of clicks, and that author got paid. I expect better from Tom's Hardware. And you have no idea how much respect they lost from me when they did that. Everything should be verified before it's published if you're a reputable publisher. But if you're just going after the clicks, then that's what you'll be known for. And as far as trusting information going forward, I'm going to lean more on hearthardware.com instead of tomshardware.com, quite frankly. Because I'd rather somebody got their facts before publishing than just misunderstanding what they're reading and providing their imagination for what they think it means without verification. And then this creates a burden on the community at large that trusts them. And then it creates a burden on folks like me that then we start getting flooded with these questions, and they're coming out of left field. Like, where did this come from? Why are we talking about this? Why do these home users have this information? It was never intended for them. It doesn't affect them. And how is it possible the journalist who's supposed to be the expert doesn't know this? And where's the technical editing? Who's the editor-in-chief over there that's allowing this to get published without any verification or understanding to verify they've understood what they read? Because clearly they didn't. I just expect proper vetting, proper due diligence from a professional, right? Amateurs writing blogs, have at it. But where are the standards? So what we do here, if you're new here, is I hold myself up to my own standards. And my own standards are defined by what my customers expect, at what price, what level of response. There's typically in this industry what we call a 4-hour SLA. That's a 4-hour service level agreement. That means if a customer calls with a problem, and that customer's on a retainer, we have a relationship with them, a professional relationship, we have 4 hours to return their call or to address the issue. And I'm very proud to have maintained that 4-hour SLA for years and years and years. Now, that doesn't mean we solve the problems in 4 hours. What it means is if the customer reaches out to us, we reach back out, right? Let's assume they're sending an email or leaving a voicemail. If a customer is trying to reach me right now while I'm doing a show, my phone is silenced. But I promise you, this between me checking the phone and, of course, depending on the length of the show, being able to return that customer's call and find out what the problem is always falling under the 4-hour SLA. I wouldn't want to take on so many customers that it wouldn't be possible for one person to possibly return all the potential calls that could come in on any given day within that 4-hour window, or I'm violating my own terms of service, my contractual obligation to the client. These are my rules. And one of the benefits of having my own company is establishing the level of service that I will absolutely, at a minimum, always provide. Worst case scenario, it doesn't get worse than 4 hours. That's it. And it's told right up front. And that is pretty standard in the industry. In most cases, the calls are returned within an hour, or the calls are just answered, right? Depends what I'm doing at the time when they reach out, because it's very random. You never know when someone's going to call. Let me just catch up here with the chat. Patrick said NeoWin also posted that article, and then other sites did as well. That's the problem. That's the problem. So if a well-respected site publishes false information, smaller sites not as well known will use that as their source and then repeat that information back out. So NeoWin to me is a much smaller channel, and I don't really rely on them for information. I'm not surprised that they use that as their source. But the fact that the source came from Tom's Hardware was shocking to me, because I thought they had higher standards. And maybe they used to, and something's changed. Maybe leadership has changed. Maybe times have gotten so tight economically that they're willing to bend some rules now where they don't care as much, just so long as they get the clicks. I mean, it's just up to my imagination. I don't know what's going on over there. But wow, that was so disappointing and unexpected. And it certainly has changed my view of them. And it'll take a long time for them to ever get that back. Some sites, PCWorld.com, I just can't rely on them anymore. Everything's a commercial. Everything they do, from what I can tell, is some form of commercial. And the people that are writing a lot of the articles don't seem to have any industry experience. They're just journalism folks. Not to put them down. It's just I'm reading it and I can tell they don't have any hands-on experience with this beyond whatever time they spent to write the article. And it shows. And so for me, not good enough. It used to be. There used to be some great folks over there who have since moved on to other places. And so I've moved on with them. Unfortunately, it's always sad to see a company move in that direction. And it's just a matter of time before it just closes up. This is, to me, the death rattle, where companies start selling out in order to, whatever their justification is, I assume, to make ends meet. And the quality of the content is now no longer living up to the standards the viewers, such as myself, have come to expect. And I'm not going to force them to change. I just take my views somewhere else. And the marketplace will ultimately decide. But they have an opportunity to turn things around, but in most cases they don't. So once you start seeing it happen, it's usually going to happen more and more and more until the site goes away. That's just a pattern I've noticed. So why stick with them out of loyalty? They're clearly not loyal to me, or they wouldn't have done it. Or they would have done it once, apologized, and made sure never to do it again. So far, I'm not aware of any sites that have done that. It's just a downward spiral, and that's your warning shot. Here it comes. I'd love to be wrong on that, by the way. CNN.com. If you go to CNN.com for your news, good luck figuring out what's news and what's advertising. It's so convoluted on CNN's website, it's really hard to tell anymore. It's so hard for me to be able to determine, is this an ad? We've tested the 10 best backpacks at Amazon, and here's what we found. Is that news? Did they really test, or is Amazon or the backpack companies paying them? I don't know. Even when the content says sponsored in really small letters, there's little pop-ups and boxes that appear around. And then when you go to close the CNN website or go up to the URL bar to go somewhere else, it pops up with another thing like, hey, are you leaving? It is the most sketchy. You know, this is supposed to be trusted news source, right? Never mind the political leanings of Fox or CNN. There should be trusted news. And when that is being interwoven with advertising disguised as news, it makes it very difficult for me to sift through the content and figure out, am I reading an ad? And what that leads to is me, I don't want to work that hard. If I want to see the news, Instead of going to CNN, I'll go to bbc.com/news. Then I can get the world news, not just the United States, and not necessarily left or right leaning. I don't know. It's BBC. But I feel like that is far more news aggregated than CNN interspersing advertising within the news, and the advertising looks like news. And again, that's only gotten worse. It's only the amount of ads CNN had 2 years ago doesn't compare with the amount of ads they have now. And we, as the viewers, we vote with our clicks. So if I stop going there because it's too annoying to have to put that burden on myself to determine what's news from what's ads, I'd rather spend my time somewhere else more efficiently. I could just imagine Walter Cronkite in today's climate and how he would respond. People that had integrity, that took the news journalism very, very seriously. I don't know, did he ever do an ad for cigarettes? He might have. The smooth taste of... But then he might have genuinely really thought that. All right, anyway, so to get it back on topic today, what I've been doing in the background is copying over a bunch of files to a flash drive, which this whole broadcast, these files have been copying. It's about 800 gigs worth of files. Because what I was thinking was, how can I demonstrate these network speeds? What's the best way? I can't show you over the internet, like the internet only goes certain speed. We're already hitting that with 2.5 gig networking. So showing you 5 or 10 gig, the only way I can demonstrate it would be to have like 5 or 10 computers all trying to stream Netflix at the same time, which would be a very complex setup and a copyright infringement nightmare. But just to demonstrate with a 1 gig connection how people would start buffering when they're watching their playback of their movies versus, say, 10 gig where everybody can watch their movies in 4K and nobody's interfering with anybody else. That would be a very complex thing for me to set up. So then how else can I demonstrate 10 gig networking? Well, I suppose the easiest way would be to set up 2 mini PCs that have 10 gig networks. We go into our 10 gig switch here on the router. This has 2 10 gig ports on it. And we transfer the file or the folder from one computer to the other. We can establish how many megabytes per second we're moving the data at. And if you don't have any reason to move that much data from one computer to another, or to move any data from one computer to another, this isn't for you, right? If you're not using it for that and you're not having internet buffering issues with multiple people in the household trying to use the internet at the same time and interfering with each other, this isn't a product for you. It will be, because as more and more computers and more devices go online with things from Internet of Things, from home security cameras and garage door openers, thermostats, et cetera, doorbells, appliances, cell phones, tablets, everything wants on your internet connection. Guests come over, they want to be on your guest Wi-Fi. You need to be able to provide that bandwidth. So if you're not doing that today, think about 10 years ago. How much of the internet were you using 10 years ago? So 10 years ago, I did not have an internet-based garage door opener. I did not have internet-based security cameras. I did not have an internet-based thermostat. I did not have, gosh, there's so much more. There's some appliances, washing machines, dishwashers, refrigerators that connect. There's, Mara's got a pellet grill that connects to Wi-Fi. Plus my usage of my phone, which, you know, I had a flip phone for a very long time. I was very reluctant to go to a smartphone. Well, that addiction is absolutely set in as I predicted it would. And now I use my cell phone for a lot of things, which I could use my desktop computer for, but sometimes I'm just in the mood to use my phone. It's easy to just have it right there. I don't have to wait for the computer to boot. I could be lying in bed and pull the phone out, a lot easier than pulling out a laptop and having this thing sit on my lap, you know, and get hot or worry about the fans getting blocked. Now, if I have to connect to a customer remotely, I don't want to see their 32-inch screen on my little 8-inch or 6-inch, whatever this is, screen, because then I have to scroll and I just get a little, I have to move the screen all over. That's way too hard. So for that, I'll always use a desktop or laptop computer. And even then, many of my customers have 2 monitors. In the way the remote software, it opens 2 different windows. And so I have to, if I click on File Explorer and nothing happens, I got to remember, go to the second window to see the second screen. And sure enough, the customer will have that over there. And I click the executable file to install something I've downloaded, and the user account control pops up, but I don't see it. It's just seemingly doing nothing. Then I have to switch back over to the main the screen, and then there it is, click yes, and then go back over to the second screen to continue doing the install. Or the remote software lets me condense down both screens into one long, narrow screen, which is so tiny I can't see it. So that's difficult enough on a laptop screen or a desktop screen. It's nearly impossible on a cell phone. It can be done. I don't know why you'd do it. And again, even if I had a 10 gig network on this side, when I'm connecting to my clients' computers, I'm limited to the speed of my internet connection and their internet connection. Doesn't matter how much faster I am, it won't be useful to me in that scenario. And the customer won't care. Customer wants their problem solved. And if I have to upload a file to that customer, it's going to be a while, regardless of 10 gig networking. So I want you to understand who this is for, why it exists. It's brand new technology, which means you don't have a lot to choose from when it comes to network cards that are 10 gig or network switches that are 10 gig. There's not a lot of choice out there. It's expensive in terms of home networking equipment, but it's cheap as far as 10 gig networking goes. And why are people buying it? Why are some people saying this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and other people are like, well, what do you use it for? So that's what I'm here to accomplish today. So what I want to do, by the way, I'm copying all those files, about 800 gigs of files, onto a SanDisk flash drive while we're talking. The streaming computer is busy copying a bunch of recorded YouTube videos. And I wanted to copy a bunch. And it's taken over an hour so far, and it still says there's an hour to go. So when we get to the point where we're ready to test speeds, what I need to do is copy the files from the flash drive onto the local machine. Again, it won't matter if the network is 10 gig if the drive I'm copying from is limited in speed either through the USB port or it's a mechanical drive and it just can't handle, you know, mechanical drive will do like 200 megabytes per second. This will do 1,000. The USB drive will probably do 500 to 800 megabytes per second. This will do 1,000. I can't go faster than the drive can keep up with. I can't go faster than the internet can keep up with. I can't go faster than the next computer on my network can keep up. Everything has to keep up at the same speed, and whatever that speed is will be the slowest of everything in the chain. So the router, computer A or computer B, if they're all at 10 gig, then we're going to get 10 gig. But the minute we have to go out to the internet and my internet is, say, 2.5 gig, well, 2.5 gigs as fast as I can go. Just like a fast car on a crowded road. Okay, let's look in the chat and see what questions you have. And in the meantime, I'm going to start opening this up. And if you have any computer questions, preferably network related, but any computer questions are welcome today. It's kind of a laid back show. It's Sunday. And of course, I enjoy hanging out with you guys. And while I spent a lot of time putting all of this, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of introduction and expectation of concept of what we're discussing. I want you to know who it's for, why people buy it, why it may not be right for you, or why this might be solving a problem that you've been dealing with. And finally, it's become available for home users, where it used to be the world of business that would spend tens of thousands of dollars to achieve 10 gig networking, which can now be done for under $1,000. All right, between the cost of the switch, a couple of network cards, and maybe some replacement cabling. If you insist on using your old cabling, you might be disappointed with the results. You might say, well, Carey said I could go 1,000 megabytes per second, but I'm not going that fast. My computers are 10 gig, my switch is 10 gig. How old are your cables? change your cables out, boom, your speed goes up. Until you start reaching higher speeds, your cables probably don't matter much. Okay, so by comparison, this is actually the smallest external 10 gig adapter I've ever seen. It's also the lightest one. We've got some instructions. We've got a USB-C to USB-C cable. Remember, this is going to be Thunderbolt. If you don't have Thunderbolt, you're not going to be going 10 gig without an internal PCIe 10 gig card. And even then, I hope your internal storage can keep up with it. It means your internal storage has to run no less than 1,000 megabytes per second just to keep up with your network. So this is clearly not a device to add on to an older machine, because then your older machine, it can't keep up with this. This is way overkill. Your older machine probably would not have the Thunderbolt port, right? That's why I say you'd have to go to internal PCIe card. And those are about $100 for an internal card. And that's all we have in the box, just these three things. Let's get this out of the way. But this is one of these. But this does 10 gig. And this one here is, I believe, a 1 gig. Just to give you an idea of size. And where these are like 15, 20 bucks, this is about 160. We're going to look at the Amazon page for this here in a minute. But they effectively do the same thing, except this is USB. And this will be Thunderbolt 4 or USB 4. Should also work as well. And not too many computers, except the latest and greatest high-end computers sold within the last year, are even going to have Thunderbolt 4. That's also still fairly new tech. So if you're somebody who's looking at this going, hey, this will be great on my 10-year-old PC, no, it won't work for you. This here, this is the Wavelink. This is a 5 gig adapter, so that it's half the speed of this. And this is the first 10 gig adapter, the I/O Crest. Now the I/O Crest is a big solid metal heatsink. I purchased this from AliExpress because at the time you couldn't buy it in the United States anywhere. And I think these all use the Marvell chipset, which means you download the driver either from the manufacturer or Marvell. This is heavy by comparison. They're about the same thickness. The Orico is a bit smaller. The Orico won't run as hot. If the heat bothers you, even though this is designed to get hot, some people have some opposition to heat. They just think all heat is bad. This gets super, super hot, like too hot to touch. That's how a lot of 10 gig runs. That's what it takes. So for Orico to offer a actively cooled solution with a little fan, we'll add a little bit of noise, right? That this obviously wouldn't have because it's just solid state passive cooling. They're priced very similarly. I don't know who I/O Crest is. I've never heard of them before. I do know who Orico is. So between these two, I would trust Orico more in the terms of support and quality than I/O Crest could be anything. They might be wonderful. I don't know. And then, of course, you can go to bigger brands like, who is it, StarTAC, or somebody else makes a 10 gig external Thunderbolt adapter. They're like $300 from the big name brands, which at the time when they first introduced them, the fact that it even existed at any price was pretty impressive. So in any event, you can see we've got quite a few different kinds of adapters, different price points, different sizes, and different speeds. The 5 gig adapter, when these were for 30 bucks from Wavelink, these were a great deal. They're still kind of in the middle of size. They're bigger than the 1 and the 2.5 gig USB, and they still work off USB, though it's going to be USB-C, Type-C adapter. They don't necessarily require Thunderbolt. Go to 10 gig, you need high-end all the way across the board. High-end switch, high-end cabling, high-end adapter, high-end computer, high-end storage. It all works amazing. John Williams. Oh, he's talking to Scott. Okay. Sorry, I thought that was to me. Let's see what we've got in the chat. If you have any questions that I've not addressed, it's because I haven't seen them. Go ahead and put your question, copy and paste it, or retype it back into the chat. Well, I'm looking over there now to see if I can answer any questions. Chris Dunn wants to know, why do some PCs have both a 2.5 and a 10 gig connection? The idea behind that, once again, would be to, whenever you see a computer that has multiple Ethernet adapters, like this, the X1 AI we just reviewed has two 2.5 gig adapters. This network mesh router has two 2.5 gig and two 10 gig connectors. The minis forum, this PC down here, the MSO1, this has 4 network adapters in it. We've got what I think are two 2.5s, and then the SFP ports, which are the 10 gig SFP plus. So why is that? Well, you can use these computers as routers. You can load software to essentially create your own customized firewall like pfSense. And what that requires is that you have a computer that takes your internet connection in, puts a firewall on it, and then on the other side of the firewall, it's an output to the rest of the computers on your network. That's why a router will have multiple Ethernet ports. But you say, well, how come that router has two 2.5 and two 10 gig? Cost. Not everybody needs every port to be 10 gig. Most people don't have that many 10 gig items to begin with, but having less than 2 doesn't make sense to have 1 when everything else on the network can't keep up. So that would be defeating the point. So on a router, you'd absolutely want at least 2 of them, at least I would think. Otherwise, you'd have to go into a 10 gig switch. Think of a switch, a network switch, as you would a surge protector for an outlet. You run out of plugs, what do? You buy one of those surge protectors, and it gives you multiple plugs where there used to be 1. That's what a network switch does. It's not a router. A router routes the traffic. It keeps your local area network separate from your wide area network, as I mentioned, using something called network address translation. This in and of itself is a type of firewall. It's not a smart firewall. It's a very basic, simple firewall that's incredibly effective. That being said, when we're pricing out routers, if a router were to have all of its ports at 10 gig, it's going to cost a lot more money, and they're going to sell fewer units, because if you have 10 gig currently at home or in a small business, you probably don't have much of it. And if you do need more, you just buy the switch once you get it coming out of the router. Then if your PC, if it has 10 gig, 2.5 gig, and SFP, it's there to provide what you need for your use. It's there to give you options. You can use all 4 of them, you can use 2 of them, you can use 1 of them, whatever you want to use. If we were taking data in, let's say, for an internet connection, and let's say our internet connection's at 2.5 gig, but we are connecting to a 10 gig network. So I want all my file transfer inside of the building at 10 gig. I could take a unit like this, and I could plug the 2.5 gig Ethernet port into the 2.5 gig of the mesh router to get us the 2.5 gig network. I wouldn't need the 10 gig. On the other hand, if I did want to transfer large files back and forth very quickly on my local area network, I would instead connect the 10 gig to the back of the router. Then the 10 gig will communicate at 2.5 gig out to the internet and communicate at 10 gig with anything else 10 gig on my network, so that those internal file transfers happen quickly. If I wanted to do both, if I wanted to turn this into a pfSense or a custom home lab router, I would plug my internet into the 2.5 gig, and I would plug my network into the 10 gig. That way all my networking's internally happening at 10 gig, and everything going out through the router would then go out to my internet max speed of 2.5 gig, right? So these are examples where 2 network cards are needed. Most people never use 2. You will find YouTube videos of enthusiasts in home lab, DIYers that enjoy tinkering I would never put such a device in a client's office when there's no liability there. pfSense is free, it's open source, and there's no support and there's no one to sue if there's an exploit that ends up shutting a business down or putting a business out of business because they got hacked. So we have to use products from companies that have liability in order to establish a type of financial security and peace of mind when we're dealing with customer data and we're dealing in a business that has employees, regardless if you have employees or not. Even if you're a home-based business, let's say you're a real estate agent, you still don't want to customize your own security as a hobby. That's something you shouldn't be playing with. If you take your business seriously, then you're going to go with other businesses for your support. It's kind of two-faced to say that I'm a business, but I won't give other businesses my money because I'm too cheap and I'm going to do everything myself. You will likely never be successful with that attitude because you will be attracting other people who will utilize you because maybe you're cheaper or you're cutting corners, and that's why they're coming to you. And then they're going to realize the service isn't there. You're going to run into issues in your business where you're on your own to figure it out, and you can't run your business and figure out your computing problems at the same time. You do one or the other. So for the most part, the two network cards are an enthusiast or home lab thing. Typically, they're not used in business, although there can be situations where you're separating two networks out in a business. And one computer, you want access to both sides. You can use two network cards for that. There's lots of other solutions. Also, prior to Ethernet going 10 gig, they had something called SFP+. And SFP+ routers are a lot less money, but you'd have to get these adapters for every single plug. So, for example, if an 8-port Ethernet 10 gig switch is, let's say, $250, you could buy an SFP+ 8-port switch for maybe $110. But for every single Ethernet adapter or Ethernet cable, you have to buy a $30 adapter times 8. So now your $110 switch plus $240 worth of adapters is more expensive than the more expensive Ethernet switch, which is really what you were looking for. These SFP plugs, these really come from the business world, and they're there for backwards compatibility. It's unusual to see a computer such as the MSO one that even supports, I don't even think they call it a port. I think they refer to this as a cage, where look how far in this goes. When we plug this in, it goes all the way up in there. One direction or the other, I'm not sure. There it goes. It goes all the way in there. And then this pulls out as a handle so you can pull that out. And this will burn your fingers. This gets so hot it can actually burn your skin. And that's normal operation for these. That's just how they work. I'm not a big fan. I don't like these. These are also more upgradable to go to 25 gig, go to 50 gig, even go to 100 gig. And that's, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in big corporate America where you've got thousands of employees and hundreds of thousands of customers. You need that data to flow constantly 24/7. You're at this level. Having this in home doesn't make any sense to me. Unless you do this for a living and you want to bring it home so you're practicing at home, keeping yourself sharp, that's a pretty limited audience if you ask me. But the fact that this has this adapter, and it's got 2 of them, these are much cheaper because they've been out for a long time, and all the technology is in this adapter or it's in the cable. If you don't use this adapter and you go with one of these SFP+ cables, they can go further distances than regular Ethernet, and they can transfer data faster, but the cables are also a lot more money. So it's all about, you know, how much money do you want to spend? What do you need? What is the problem you're trying to solve? And when a computer will offer you multiple Ethernet ports, it's giving you options. You don't have to use it simply because they've included it. In the same way that when you order food at a restaurant, you don't have to eat everything on your plate simply because it was served to you. Whether you're full, whether you don't like it, or maybe you just are restricting your food intake because you care more about your health than about saving, wasting $1 throwing away some food. And so therefore you're going to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars in future medical care because you wanted to save your $1 and get your money's worth. Like a buffet, the whole idea behind a buffet is extraordinarily unhealthy. I'm going to pay $30 and eat all I can eat. And I want to make sure I get my $30 worth. Is a bizarre, absolute bizarre frame of mind. Because you're not a machine. It's not like you're going to be so much more efficient or you're not going to have to get hungry later. I'm going to eat for the week. No, you'll be hungry again a few hours later. The only difference is how terrible are you going to feel and what damage are you doing to your body by ingesting that much cholesterol and salt and fats, whatever it is you're eating. You've got to understand there are consequences, and the consequences usually cost 100 times, 1,000 times more than whatever the justification was at the time to get your $30 worth at the buffet, and your $250,000 open heart surgery pales in comparison. And obviously that doesn't just happen from doing it once, but generally people who have the attitude, I'm going to use everything I've got. I know where the attitude comes from. I grew up in my family, there was never any money. It was paycheck to paycheck. We had no working air conditioning. We had no working heat. It was pretty miserable. And we made the most out of excuse me, out of everything we had. But we don't live in 1982 anymore. We're not in the 1970s anymore. And most of us don't have to live that way anymore. It just created a habit. And it can be a very difficult habit to break. At the end of the day, you've got to decide, you know, for each of us, what's more important, your personal health or making sure you're using everything you paid for. That sort of, there's a necessity back then that is not a necessity today. And what needs to be a necessity today is our health. Because will my body, my 20-year-old self, my 15-year-old self could, you know, drink a vat of butter. My 50-plus-year-old self would not do well under the same circumstances. As I've aged and as my internal organs have a lot more time on them, they've been used a lot more, their level of tolerance isn't what they used to be. And while I was broke and it was important that we utilized everything we had because we didn't know when we were going to get it again, today, my consumption is reduced. I don't eat as much as I used to. I already eat too much, as you can see, right? I'm already eating more than I should be, than what my body needs. And my metabolism has slowed down. So I've become more efficient with food to energy. I don't need as much because I'm not burning it as much. And as a result, that's going to save me money. Because for me to go to a buffet would be a complete waste of $30, honestly. I'd be much better just buying my own individually cooked meal for $15. And even then I may not eat the whole thing versus paying $30 and still eating the exact same amount of food, but spending twice the amount of money under the illusion that I'm going to make sure I eat enough to make it worth, like I'm punishing them. No, you're punishing yourself. But hey, some people are into that. Oscar says, Carey, I'm a long-time lurker. I'm wondering, what's your stack for your clients? If you've already talked about this, could you tell me what video to look for? What is a stack? I don't know what you mean by that. What's my stack? Sorry, what is a stack? Stack of what? Channel 0 says, my computer case, a Be Quiet PureBase 600, is 2 weeks old. I wonder if I could sell it easily so I could buy a different case that I want more. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to know what the local market is for you, right? With the economy being what it is, sales are down for everything from cars to computer equipment. So when it comes to the market, you know, everybody's always looking for a bargain. If you're willing to sell it for 80% less than you paid for it, you probably will sell it easily. But if you're trying to recover your losses, if you're trying to recover the majority of what you spent, it's probably going to be a hard sell in today's economy, but you never know, right, until you try. Terrell Cochran says pfSense does have an enterprise solution. Well, there you go. That's news to me, but nonetheless, I still wouldn't use it, because I feel like, in my opinion, running my business, for my clients, they would not be large enough clients to justify a pfSense router, enterprise or otherwise. And for clients that are large enough, they can afford proper hardware firewalls from Cisco and Juniper Networks and etc. that are more appropriate and industry regulated in that regard, that they wouldn't be playing around pfSense. I would be very curious just to know, give me a company name that runs a pfSense router. And I'd like to know, what business are they in? How many IT staff do they have? And how many employees do they have? Because clearly, one thing I can tell you right now is that's not my client base. I don't have those clients. But at the same time, I don't know who they are. I wouldn't know what doors to go knocking on if I wanted to sell pfSense router services and support. I can't picture in my head any appropriate company for that. But, you know, I might just be old school that way. But a pfSense router is a pretty technical device that needs constant maintenance and configuration for most companies that have employees coming and going, and software is changing, and it's going to lead to a lot of support calls and a lot of configuration, where a lot of this can be automated and locked in with things like Ubiquiti and other big, well-known hardware firewall brands. But yes, it's possible that you can put software on it and do it that way. But in my opinion, it's working way harder than necessary. You're spending more money on support or time, depending on who's doing the configuration and maintenance. Plus, on top of that, you don't have a dedicated box, in the sense that when I buy a router, even if it's a firewall type device, like a Firebox, it's a little tiny box. It takes up less footprint space, less power. It does not have a place to plug in a keyboard or a mouse or a monitor. You access everything through a web-based interface, which makes it much more efficient in a server rack or in a networking room, where we don't need to have all of this power consumption in all of these devices. But again, I can't think of a single company that comes to mind where a pfSense router in that environment would be an ideal solution compared to an out-of-the-box design piece of hardware for that. But that's just me, I guess. Archie says Unify's got a new 10 gig router. I bet it's expensive too. Mark Leibowitz, who runs a computer repair shop there in the Chicago area, explains to me that a stack is a suite of programs and services that an MSP offers to clients. I see. I've never heard it called that before. He says a typical MSP offers his or her entire stack of services to all clients, one size fits all. That's why I'm not a pure play MSP. I don't believe in one size fits all. Well, when it comes to things like RMM, remote machine management and automation, I'm not a fan of it. I don't trust it. Automation works well as long as you're constantly auditing it and able to adjust and make configuration and administrative changes as the automation fails for one reason or another. So the automation does work good for a while, but then when it stops, if you're not auditing it, you may not know for a long time that it hasn't been working for a while. And I've got so many stories where people set something up and they think they never have to touch it again, where it stopped working months or years ago, but they just assumed it was still working because they could hear it working, but it wasn't actually doing anything. So when it comes to the software stack or the service stack, what I provide to my managed service providing customers is, of course, 24/7 IT support with a 4-hour SLA. I provide them with their antivirus. I make sure that their system is secure. All computers are updated, maintained, tuned up, latest BIOSes, latest Windows updates. No software is allowed to be installed on the computers without checking with me first, unless it's something they've already got installed and they want to do it themselves. They want to put their own printers back on and play with that, have at it. If they want to put Quicken or QuickBooks or something they use back on themselves, they don't want to wait on me, that's fine. But the minute they go to download something or install something new that could potentially take the entire network down, that results in a support call, an emergency call for me, we're going to have a talk. That cannot happen. I'm responsible for the network in every aspect of it. Where I don't provide services would be VoIP and in printer repairs. So if my customers have one of those giant copy machines that functions as a printer, I don't service those. They're typically leased through a third-party company, and that third-party company is usually the one that has a service contract specifically for those devices. With VoIP, I could have been a middleman and just hired somebody to solve that problem, but the companies that I've been working with have a phone guy, right, from back in the PBX days, and the phone guy offered them VoIP at some point when their internet got fast enough without consulting with me. One day I went into the office and they had VoIP. So if they have phone-related issues, hey, my voicemail's not transferring to my email anymore, I can't help you with that. I didn't set that up. You've got to call your phone guy. If the client would have asked me for a quote, it's not a service I provide. I could have simply found a partner, right, that does VoIP and said, I'll give you some work and you pay me a commission. And then anytime they have support calls, you're still going to support them. It's just that I'm going to be collecting a little off the top because I'm the one who brought you together. I'm kind of happy to not be in that position, quite honestly. It's a lot of work just to maintain the computers, to make sure that everything is optimized, antivirus is updated. We put a paid version of Malwarebytes on everything. Make sure that that's running a full scan about once every 3 months. Or if there's some, in regular maintenance, I'll look at the history and see if any particular user has got a screen load of blocked history that Malwarebytes has popped up, because that identifies an employee that may need more training, proper training on safe surfing habits. Typically in a small office, we have anywhere from 5 to 20 employees. And usually those employees have been with the company for quite some time. And when we have a problem, it's typically somebody new. Or like I have one employee who absolutely refuses to shut things down at the end of the night. So when I'm working after hours, they have 47 windows open. PDF files, Word documents, Excel spreadsheets, multiple tabs, multiple instances of browsers, and they go home for the weekend like that. Now, when I start to close things down because I have to restart the computer after updates, do I save any of these documents? I don't know. So typically I just cancel the documents and say, well, you didn't save them. Furthermore, they're saving a lot of things on their desktops, and I warn them. If you save on your desktop, it's not getting backed up. You need to save it on the server. We only back up the server. That's what the client's paying for. They're not paying me to back up each individual computer. It's no big deal to reinstall Windows or replace a computer, put the applications back on it and get them back up and running in minutes, versus doing a complete backup on a regular basis and then doing a complete restore when the data had no business being on there. But this employee has been doing this a long time and they're not going to change. So I will close out all 47 windows because I need to reboot. And when Monday rolls around, I'm expecting a phone call. Where'd all my stuff go? That person has never called me. They've never complained. And yet there's a security issue here. Anybody who breaks into that building, there's all these open documents on display. And even though the computer screen goes to sleep, there's no password. If the computer, for one reason or another, like let's say at the end of the day, let's say they stay late, they're the last one to leave. So it's dark outside. All the lights inside of the building can be seen clearly through the windows. So anybody casually walking by can see that computer screen until the computer goes to sleep. Anybody who breaks in has full access to all the data that's been left open. This is a major security concern for me, and there's nothing I can do about it. This person has been with the company and they're too high up to do anything but accommodate them. It's one employee out of the whole company that behaves this way. And I've just learned to accept it, right? I've explained it, and I've explained it, and I've explained it. I'm done explaining it. They've been warned numerous times. They won't change their habits. This is what they do. And until something happens, all I know is it's in the contract, they're aware of it, and I won't be held liable for it. So these are things that, as Mark mentioned, not every client's going to be the same. Not every sort of stack works for every client. But there is a common denominator here, and that is for most of my small business clients, be it lawyers or accountants or real estate agents, they mostly need the same things, right? They use Microsoft Office. They need support for that. They need printers. They need scanners. They usually have multiple monitor setups. They need network access, right? They need to be able to share files and folders. They need to be able to do it, I wouldn't say quickly, but expediently, right? Depending again on how much money they're spending for internet or for storage. Some clients will just use up all their storage, and I tell them, we either have to spend thousands of dollars to upgrade your storage, or you need to do some house cleaning and get rid of some stuff. And we've had that conversation with clients, and depending on the size of the client, sometimes we buy bigger storage. Sometimes we replace the NAS. The more storage you've got, the more data transfer you're doing, now it's time to upgrade the network. But for most clients, they're still running a 1 gig network. Nobody's really running off Wi-Fi in their offices. They will offer Wi-Fi to guests, to the customers that come in. But other than that, you know, and that's on a guest network, so there's no possibility for them to stumble into any private data or files or folders on the network, because the guest network isolates every guest from anywhere else. It's just a private internet connection for that specific guest, and the guests cannot see each other if you have multiple guests using your guest network. That's why the guest network exists. If you have security cameras, you want to put your security cameras on your guest network, because if a hacker hacks into your security camera, which has happened, through the security camera they gain access to the network. So you don't need to have a virtual private network, or you don't need to create virtual LANs. All you need to do is use your guest network. It's already done for you. So we make sure things like this are all configured properly. If the customer does have security cameras, that they are configured correctly, and advise the client. You know, for example, if they had a security company come in, and that security company put cameras on the either not a virtual LAN, not on its own private network, if they just plugged it in along with the computers, I'm going to know about it immediately, because I'm going to log in on a regular basis when I do my maintenance. I'm going to say, what's all this, right? And then I'm going to have a meeting with the owner, and I'm going to say, whoever did this, you need to talk to them, and you need to have them come back and do it right. And we've had a number of messes that have been created from other services, specifically security cameras, that screwed the whole network up. And then they called me because they think it's a network problem. And I don't know what the other guy did, and the other person, doesn't necessarily mean it's a guy, never had the courtesy to call me and say, hey, we're about to put some stuff in here. They say you're the network guy. We should check with you so we don't interrupt anything. That is the proper courtesy that one professional would exhibit to another professional. This company did not do that. They went in, ham-fisted, did what they wanted to, and damn the consequences. And I was called to clean up the mess. Well, now this printer doesn't print, and that printer doesn't print, and now this thing doesn't work. And I'm going, well, how did it work yesterday? What changed? Oh, we had a guy installing cameras. Did the cameras work? Yeah. Okay. And that's the clue I needed to figure out what was going on. An entire IP range was changed for the entire network to accommodate the cameras without checking with me first. And for about 10 days, we were still discovering items on the network that are not used very often, certain printers that just stopped working. What a mess. In one instance, I called the printer company and I said, look, I don't know how to configure this. It's got a password on it. It was working. Somebody installed cameras. It doesn't work anymore. And he says, what's your login? I go, there is no login. And he says, well, there's got to be a login. SMB requires a login. I go, no, it doesn't. He goes, it most certainly does. I said, SMB does not require a login. And it occurred to me, maybe the guy in tech support I'm talking to is new, but apparently what he heard was, are you an idiot? Because what I said was, are you new? Maybe you don't know this. Maybe you just started the job. Like, I'm trying to be considerate, trying to figure out, how could you not know this? And he starts ranting about, I've been in this industry for 13 years and I've been doing this and this and this. Okay. Well, then explain to me how I'm logging into everything on a peer-to-peer network without a name or a password that you say is required. That's not why I'm calling you, by the way. It has nothing to do with the support call. And then somebody else heard him speaking up like that over the phone and thought it was questionable customer support and took over the call and said, how can I help you? I said, look, this printer stopped working. I don't understand it. It's a great big Xerox copier thing. It has something to do, all I can tell you is the IP range changed when this person installed these cameras, and I can't figure out why this printer won't print. And your guy over there is insisting SMB requires a login, and it absolutely doesn't. There's a guest account, guest fallback. You don't have to use a login and password. Anyway, he says, well, let me log in and take a look. He says, yeah, the IP address has changed. Let me change it for you. He changes it, and I said, thank you for your professionalism. You heard the description of the problem. You didn't overthink it by suggesting I needed to log into something, because we never logged into anything to begin with. And you came up with the solution that was the right solution the first time, that makes 100% sense. And I think the other guy needs a little more training, because he went off on a tangent that has, obviously you see the solution. The whole SMB login thing should have never even come up for discussion. So I'll let you deal with that. That's your employee. But I thank you very much for your professionalism and for listening to me and for providing us a solution. And all of this went down because this guy installed these security cameras without the courtesy to check with me or to include me even to even know this was scheduled to happen. And I would have assumed, even if I had known they were going to put these security cameras in, they would have used the existing IP range. But I don't think they knew enough to know how to change the default from the cameras, so instead changed it on the router, which changed all the DHCP across the network, which meant anything with a static IP address, a set and assigned IP address that never changes, no longer functioned anymore. And this now became my problem. I'm kind of curious how my data copy is going. Right now, it's moving my video files at about 100 megs per second to my SanDisk USB flash drive. And it still says it's got 18 minutes to go. So we're going to get to that here in a minute. We're going to plug in the Orico. As I mentioned, some people that have reviewed the X1 AI have complained it doesn't come with a 10 gig network port. I don't think it's that important. And if you wanted a 10 gig network port, we should be able to utilize one of the USB 4 ports to simply add it. Because otherwise, they would be adding to the cost of this unit for something most people won't need or use for quite some time. This is the future. We will all eventually get there. But it could be many, many years away from now. This is very much an early adopter product. As is all 10 gig home networking. That's early adopter enthusiast territory overall. Luke Greenia says, but hey, the cameras worked right? They did work. Yes. Yeah, they set up a whole Ubiquiti system. They pulled out my router. They shut it down. They put their own router in, gave me no administrative access to it. Completely unfamiliar with the Ubiquiti operating system, with an Ubiquiti, like a DVR or an NVR, that the cameras went through to record the footage and provide that to the owner with web access, along with Ubiquiti Wi-Fi. They look like little smoke detectors that were placed around the building, which was way overkill, way over the top in every sense of the word. It's a small company. It's a small building. They did not need to have that kind of control over the Wi-Fi. It's not a very populated area where you're going to have people necessarily trying to get on your Wi-Fi from outside of the building after hours. It's possible, but it would, with proper security enabled, it wouldn't matter. And with these Ubiquiti Wi-Fi routers, you can control sort of the focus of the range, what parts of the building you want to give stronger range than others. These days, you put a modern router in a central location, or a mesh router is all they would have needed. It would have been far less of a setup, easier to administer for me, and you would have gotten the same, if not better, coverage. Now, if they want to upgrade their Wi-Fi in the future, someone's got to climb on a 20-foot ladder to get up to the high ceilings to change these little smoke detector looking Wi-Fi units out versus just changing one of these, which is far less money, far easier to maintain, far easier to install. Now, if you had a hotel and you needed to have every hotel room and every floor have internet access, be a different scenario. Or if you're in a high-rise building with multiple floors or a very big warehouse, these Ubiquiti Wi-Fi access points, these are incredibly powerful and configurable, and in such an environment that is appropriate. But for a small office, they spent way too much money. The guy who installed it had no consideration for what was there. He was just making his stuff work. And then when I tried to make my stuff work, I couldn't log into the router. And to this day, I do not have administrative rights to that router because Ubiquiti, you sign into the router through Ubiquiti servers. And there can only be one. You can have like sub-administrators, I forget what they're called. There's only one master administrator. And that's when I said to my client, I said, since this person's replaced your whole network and there's really, my hands are tied. I don't know how to configure this. It works very differently from any other router I've ever put in. Maybe you should consider just replacing me with this other person so that they can maintain. Oh, no. We don't want to do that. We like you. We want to keep you. I go, but you understand, I don't know any of this equipment this guy put in. This is way above my pay grade. I don't use this equipment. He goes, well, what would it cost for you to switch it out for what you like? I said, I'm looking around at what you bought. You've easily got $20,000, $30,000 into this. What I put in, we could get you regular cameras and a regular Wi-Fi and a regular router for under $1,000. It doesn't make any sense because what the person put in, it's not that it doesn't work. It's just I have no experience with it and I don't want to have to learn it just for you. In other words, if I had other clients that all had Ubiquiti routers. He goes, but you could learn it. I go, yeah, I can learn it. I'm not saying I wouldn't. It's just I'm not going to be as efficient. And he says, well, we'll make sure that if you can take care of it, we're going to have you get the access to it. So they have the other guy give me access to it, but he doesn't give me administrator access. So I go back to the boss. I go, look, this isn't working. He's not giving up his access. He has to give it up. You can only be one. He has to transfer to me. I can't take it over. We got to get a call with Ubiquiti. We got to get Ubiquiti involved. This logs into their servers. This is not like any other router I've ever installed. You can't just hit a reset button on the back of it. It doesn't work like that. All right, well, I'll talk to him. So talk to you. Then I get another request, this time to become like a co-administrator, which isn't the master administrator. I said, look, I can't do everything with this account. I need the main account. I can do some things, but some things I'm limited from. And I don't even know the system. So how am I going to learn it if I don't have full access to it? He needs to surrender his administrator account through Ubiquiti and hand it off to me. After about 2 months of the guy saying he was going to do it, he didn't do it. I said, that's it, I'm out. You can just go ahead and remove my access from it because there's no point in giving me access to it. And I don't want to be held liable if a change gets made and he says I made the change and I say he made the change. There can only be one of us. So it's either him or me. For liability reasons, I want no part of it. Now, I'm happy to help as much as I can within those limits, but I'm done asking for permission and I'm done working with this person. They're completely discourteous and they have no consideration for you. And if I were you, I'd be really, really upset with them. On the other hand, until they surrender those credentials, you're at their beck and call. In other words, they can decide how important you are. You don't get to call me and have me override them. I can't. And again, I would have to pull all this equipment out and replace it. And that's gonna, it's ridiculous. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't pull $30,000 worth of equipment out because the guy you want to support it doesn't know, he's not familiar with it. You'd be cheaper, just hire somebody else who knows how to do this. And that would be the easiest way out of this situation. And they said, no, we're keeping you. We'll figure it out. We don't want to lose you. I'm happy to work for you, but please understand, anything involving that router, I don't know what to do. Like I need access to it. So let's just take the access out altogether. And that way, if there's issues with the router, you're going to call that guy. By the way, if there's issues with your printer, you call your printer people. If there's issues with your VoIP, you call your phone guy. I hate that. I hate that so much. I would like them to be able to just call me and I take care of all of that stuff. But they made these decisions and they did not consult with me before they made the decisions. They called me with the consequences. And I'm not telling the client we're done. I'm just letting the client know you've severely reduced my abilities to help you, and you'd probably be better off with somebody else who knows this equipment in this level. Now, chances are that person or that company won't be as cheap and available as I am, but we've also built a relationship over the last 20 years, and they don't want to see me go, which is, it's a great feeling that a client appreciates you that much. But what I wouldn't give to go back in time and be able to stop all this from happening, but I did not know it was happening at the time. I only found out after it was done. And it's so over the top ridiculous. A small company has 2 server racks. What? So none of it makes any sense. I don't have a client with a server rack. Now I do have clients that have those little mini racks, mounted up on the wall, maybe 4 or 5 deep, 4 or 5 individual racks, but nothing floor to ceiling. Like this guy has 2 of them. I don't know how much money they spent on this, but somebody made a lot of money from them. Mark Gaines with a 10-pound super chat. Right on. Thank you, Mark. Let's get something hooked up here. So the reason I have this out is so I can go 10 gig on the MSO1, right? Because we can use the SFP. On the X1AI, with just 2.5 gigs, for me to go to 10 gig is a great excuse to break this out and use it. We have 2 10 gig ports on the router, so we can connect this one to the router and this one to the router, and they will communicate between each other at 10 gig. When they go out to the internet, or they go out to other computers on the network, they're limited by those speeds of the network or the other computers. It looks like we got a little piece of plastic on there. Is there one on the other side? There is. That's supposed to come off, by the way. It's only meant for protection in shipping. Let's start with the X1AI and get this adapter hooked up first, and we'll do the MSO1 second. The data's still copying over to the flash drive. I copied, it's about 100 gigs. It's going to be a while. But that should nearly be done. And let's get this plugged in and turned on. And so for the people who complain this doesn't have 10 gig networking, it's super easy to add it now with this Orico box. I don't expect there's going to be anything noticeably different in performance or installation from one 10 gig adapter to another. Other than, obviously, to get these 10 gig speeds, you will need USB 4 or Thunderbolt 3 or 4. Some of these devices will work with Thunderbolt 3, some of the earlier ones especially. Thunderbolt 4 would be preferred. That'll give you more bandwidth than you should need. And we are going to need to download a driver for this. And you'll notice no driver was included. There's no CDs, there's no DVDs, there's no flash drives. You'll be expected to go online either on another computer or with the same computer that you're putting the 10 gig adapter in to download the driver first, right? Because this isn't going to work without a driver. And I'm sure somewhere in this documentation there's probably a link that we could also probably just Google search for. Now, when we talk about the adapter, if I go over to the Amazon page, let me show you the way, well, first let's go to Orico's page, and let me show you how Orico is advertising and promoting this. Let's talk about that. capture right there. Okay, Orico Thunderbolt 10 gig adapter. It's so new, it doesn't even have any reviews yet. They're listing it at $169.99. That's the full retail MSRP. As a brand new product, looking for discounts is likely something that will happen in time, but usually market, that's usually the most amount of money it's going to sell for, right? You get all your early adopters in first. It does support the Thunderbolt 3 protocol, and it supports Thunderbolt 4 and USB 4 standards. 10 gigabit Ethernet ultra speed networks, superior heat dissipation. It's an aluminum housing with an active fan for excellent cooling, and there are LED indicators, as most Ethernet ports have, so you can see what connection status is, what speed you're connected at if data is flowing. And of course, it's a portable design. So you could plug this into a laptop, you could plug it into a mini PC. Here they've got it plugged into a Mac Mini. And they're showing how the style of it really matches that of the Mac Mini, right? It fits right in its design and color. Speeds up to 1,000 megabytes per second. Usually on a 1 gig network, you'll get speeds of about 115. A 2.5 gig network, you could go, say, 240, 250. 5 gig network, you'd be around 500, and on a 10 gig network, you'd be at 1,000, assuming everything can keep up. Now, if you do plug this into a network switch that's slower, it will automatically negotiate at whatever the speed of the router is. So if your router has 5 gig networking on the back, or 2.5 gig networking, or 1 gig, or even 100 megabit, it's backwards compatible, just like USB. You can take a really fast USB flash drive and plug it into a very, very old USB connector, and it will run and work just much slower. That's got an alloy aluminum shell, temperature controlled fan. This is just repeated information. It is bus powered, meaning we don't have to add an additional power supply. It's going to draw the power it needs to run the fan and the circuitry through the USB port or the Thunderbolt port. There's not a whole lot to it. There's no switches or buttons or dials. You pretty much plug it in, load your driver, and you are ready to go. It's that easy, and that's pretty much universal for all 10 gig adapters. Again, in the box, we verify we got everything, which is the box, the adapter, the cable, and the user manual. They're showing some instances where this could be used. Orico also makes network attached storage devices. You can use this on a mini PC, a full-size PC, a laptop, Linux or Windows or Mac. You'll see they're going to talk about video editing, filmmakers, 4K footage, data transfer times. You can understand somebody who's doing a lot of video editing. You usually can't store all that on your local machine, nor would you want to. So you will constantly be offloading rendered files or edited files, project files, onto a larger storage device, typically a NAS or a server. So there's some testing they've done to give you some idea of the speed increases. And once again, this is focusing strictly on speed, not necessarily on shared bandwidth by multiple people using high bandwidth simultaneously, which is really where 10 gig shines. Over at the Amazon page, you'll see they've got the listed price here at $135.99 with an additional $10 coupon that'll bring it to $125. That's a very reasonable price. It's cheaper than the IOCrest that I bought, and slightly more money than an internal PCIe Ethernet adapter card, which is not an option for a laptop or a mini PC anyway. But if you do have a desktop, the internal card would be cheaper, and of course there wouldn't involve any cabling. It'd be a cleaner install if you've got the PCIe spot available inside of your desktop computer. That would be a more efficient way to do it, unless you only needed it temporarily. And again, you will need USB 4 or Thunderbolt. I cannot emphasize that enough. We've got 3 ratings here from people. 4 stars out of 5. They said it's loud and it runs warm. The alternative is that it has no fan and it runs hot instead of warm. But we'll have to determine what loud is, right? I haven't plugged this in yet, so we'll see.
This person gave it 5 stars. Says it's fast. Works as described. I expect they say it's quiet and cool. This person says it's loud and warm. Who's right? And this one, I have no idea what it says. But they've only given it 3 stars. So I have no idea. Translate review to English. I bought 2, returned 1. 1 is working properly. Both up and down are 2,000 megabits per second. Megabits per second. I was worried the main unit would get pretty hot, so I ordered an additional USB. I don't know what he's talking about. When people buy things because they're worried about something that never happened, I question the mental capacity, what's the word? The process by which they're following their logic. They're worried about something that is not a problem, and they're buying something to respond to this anxiety or this technochondria that doesn't exist to prevent a problem that likely never would have happened in the first place. So instead of saying, I'm trying to resolve an issue I'm having, they're trying to avoid an issue they're afraid they're going to have, and then they put it in their review as though that's something you need to do too, which is bizarre. But there could be some translation error here. I'm not exactly sure how you would even add another fan, but there you go, right? There's only 3 reviews, and they're overall positive. So let's see what we can do to establish our own experience here, live and unscripted on camera. And we'll see how this works. So what I was doing was I was plugging this in and getting this hooked up. So I need a keyboard and plug this in. I got my keyboard and mouse plugged in. I am going to need to plug it into the internet to download the drivers. So I will be using the built-in internet, because once I plug this in, it's not going to communicate until we install the drivers, and I need an internet connection to install the drivers. That means that if I'm on a laptop or if I'm on a device that only has one connection for some reason, download the drivers first. Or download the drivers on another machine and put them on a flash drive. That when you plug this into the machine you want it to be plugged into, you already have the drivers. You just plug the USB and load the drivers. And you never have to do that again unless you reinstall your operating system. Okay, so you just got to plan ahead a little bit. In my case, we've got Wi-Fi on this. We've got 2 network adapters. We're just adding another one so we can use one of the existing network adapters to download the drivers after we plug this in. So to do that, I need an Ethernet cable, which I am probably standing on. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, I'm hung up on something. Hold on a second. What am I hung up on? Got wrapped around the table leg. And now this is currently plugged into the 2.5 gig port. I've got the 2 10 gig ports open and available right now. So we're not going to get more than 2.5 gig out of this. However, I will move it. Don't let me forget. We're going to plug this into either of the 2.5 gig ports here on the X1 AI Pro or the AI X1 Pro. And let's fire it up. Power light comes on. Ethernet is plugged in. HDMI is plugged in. Keyboard and mouse are plugged in. Let's jump over to this unit. Okay, so this is going to leave us back to where we were on this review the other day. A review that, admittedly, I did not do my best work on. Unfortunately, there were a lot of updates that I didn't realize were pretty big and were going to take a while. And I was not able to demonstrate the X1 AI as the way that I was planning in my head. But such is the way of live video, right? The good news is we can always revisit this, and the best way to demonstrate how powerful the X1 AI is for you guys to tell me what software you want to see run on it, and if I can grab that software and run it, I will demonstrate to you just how fast this little machine is. It is by far the fastest mini PC I have ever had hands-on with, and it's very difficult for me to demonstrate that to you. You can look at Cinebench benchmarks, or you can look at Blender benchmarks, but what does that really mean in reality, right? When you're actually using the computer to do something outside of benchmarks, what is it that you're using where you would be curious, how much faster is this computer than the one you're using now?
So if there's a way for me to demonstrate that, let me know what you'd like to see running on it so you have a proper reference point that you can understand when I tell you this is fast, that you can understand what I mean by that in a way that you have a reference point of what you think is fast. That's what I thought until I got my hands on this. Now, let's go back over to camera 1 here for just a second. Where's my camera 1? Right here. All right, so we're going to take the Orico drive and we're going to plug it into the USB 4 port. This has two, one in the back, one in the front. For the sake of you guys being able to see what I'm doing, I'll plug it in right up here. Now, in just a second, we should get some notification on this box. So let's go back over here that a USB device has been plugged in and likely has no idea what this USB device is. It's bleeding edge hardware. This is not going to be some standard driver that's been around a while, right? This is brand new stuff. So if I go to my, let's see, where's my mouse? Helps if I turn the mouse on. Okay, let's go to a device manager and see if it detected something here. There it is. And if I unplug the USB, which I'm going to do right now, you'll see that Ethernet controller goes away. And if I plug in the USB and give it a second, there it goes. And what's interesting is because I'm plugged into the network, I've got to guess that it automatically loaded the driver from Windows Update, which I'm not expecting, nor do I expect to have the latest version of the driver. But let's see, if we double click, I mean, that's pretty convenient that it did that. We're on a driver that's about a year old, not quite a year old, 3.1.10. I think that's the latest driver. Okay, so now here's what we're going to do. If I right click on my Ethernet right down here and go to Network and Internet Settings, Ethernet, this should give us a status. First of all, I should be on a private network and not on a public one. But besides that, you'll see we're connected 2500. That's 2.5 gig. That's because the router is at 2.5 gig and the internal network card in the X1 AI is also 2.5 gig. And this is our upload and download transfer rate on the local area network. It just so happens we do have a 2.5 gig internet connection, but that's only our download. Our upload is only about 130. 2500 versus 130 is kind of a big difference, but the network card will transfer up to 2500. Now, if let's go back to camera 1, because I want to show you what I'm about to do. I'm going to unplug this cable from the 2.5 gig connection, and I'm going to plug it into the 10 gig connection. We're still going to be at a 2.5 gig connection because we're still plugged into the 2.5 gig port on the router, and this will auto negotiate to the highest speed of what's at the other end of this cable. So if I go back and check this, we should still be connected at 2500 right now. So let's jump back over there and let's go to the other Ethernet adapter, right? Because this one's been unplugged. So let's close that out. Go back, right click, Network and Internet Settings, back to Ethernet. And we are connected at 2500. And we're on the Marvell controller. We know it's the 10 gig controller. As far as I know, that's the only time I ever see a Marvell network adapter, at least in my world. Now, with that in mind, what I'm going to do, and remember, this is for backwards compatibility. So maybe you're not going to upgrade your whole network at 10 gig at once. Maybe you're starting with a 10 gig adapter and you're going to get a 10 gig switch later, or a 10 gig router is in the future for you, right? So this is backwards compatible. It's also portable, meaning if you take it somewhere and plug into somebody else's network, they don't have to have 10 gig. With this end of the cable going over to this box, well, apparently messing with my live internet connection while I'm live on YouTube was a bad idea. Internet connection while I'm live on YouTube was a bad idea.
some reason it disconnected me. So if you just lost the video after I moved the connector, I did something I shouldn't have. I'm not sure what it is though, but we're back, and it wasn't on you, that's on me. However, by me picking that up and moving that connector, it should not have disconnected me. I have no idea why that happened, but I'm sure it's no coincidence that it happened right when I did that, so I must have done something. Now, with that out of the way, we should be now connected at 10 gig. Let's just go and check that out right now. Back over to camera 2 here. Yeah, that was weird. Let's see, this should be, see, 2.5 gig network connection. Nope. Close that. Right click, network and internet settings, Ethernet. We're on Ethernet number 4. No, network 2 is what it says. 10 gig up, 10 gig down. That's what that looks like. Now what that means is any computer that I talk to within this building that is also connected at 10 gig, those two things will operate at up to 1,000 megabytes per second if their internal storage can keep up. Okay? With regards to anything else going 10 gig, I could add 10 gig later, but this is not going to be wireless. You are not going to see these speeds with wireless in 2025, perhaps in a few years, but for now, about the fastest we can go wireless is about 2.5 gig. That's with Wi-Fi 7, with the dual 6-band channel operating. I forget what that's called. 2.5 gig, which is still much, much faster than a 1 gig wired LAN connection. We can achieve 2.5 times that with the latest Wi-Fi 7. But now we're 4 times faster than that at 10 gig. 4 times 2500 would be the equivalent of 10 gig. That's how much faster this is. Now I'm hearing the fan, by the way. I'm now hearing a fan I didn't hear before, and it must be coming from... Oh, it's noticeable. I don't know if my microphone will pick it up. My internet connection dropping out is very unusual, and it should have nothing at all to do with this right here. Whether this is Murphy's Law, I don't know, but it does seem as though the mesh point here is having some difficulty talking to the other mesh point in the other room. And the only thing we've changed is the adapter, and we still don't have a good solid connection. I'm going to unplug this adapter just out of curiosity if this is somehow putting out some kind of a field that's interfering with the Wi-Fi. I don't know. That's pretty strange. I'm going to plug it back in and see if I lose my internet connection again. Shouldn't be happening. There should be no interference between these devices. It may be purely coincidental, but it seems a little too coincidental to me. That's definitely not expected. Now, I don't hear the fan on this at all, so I'm not sure what caused that fan to crank up initially. Oh, there it goes. So now the fan is running, we're plugged in. My mesh is not disconnecting, and I haven't touched it, so I am absolutely baffled by this. Without continually testing, I don't know if that was coincidental or a direct relation. I'm leaning on there's some direct relation there, because that's one heck of a coincidence. We've had a good solid connection pretty much this whole show as far as I know. So this should not be interfering with the Wi-Fi in any way. But yes, there is a noticeable fan noise that comes from it. I was trying to think of an example when I lost the connection. of what that sound level is. I wouldn't necessarily call it loud, but you definitely can hear it's running. And, you know, for some people hearing it running, it's automatically too loud. As I mentioned, there are other adapters that are passively cooled. They're going to get much hotter than this. This isn't, I would call this warm. When you use 10 gig networking, it gets hot. And I mean hot. That's normal. Some people want to put a fan on it. You don't have to put a fan on it. They just feel better putting like taking an external fan on the desk, and it's completely unnecessary. The engineers designed it to run that way. It gets hot. That's what it does. If you don't like that, stay away from it. I think in the future, as they improve 10 gig networking, they can improve its efficiency. That's the efficiency that's causing the heat or the lack thereof. They will improve that in time. But for now, it is bleeding edge technology, which quite often does get quite warm. It's interesting that Orico has decided to go with an active cooling method where most of the time you're going to find, in fact, every single time except for this unit, they're all passively cooled, just large metal heat sinks. They're heavy. I applaud Orico for doing something different, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's better. But it's different. Let me look back over at the chat room and see what I've been missing here. Peter joining us from the Netherlands contributes €1. Thank you, Peter. Martin Hogg with £4.99 contributed here in Super Chat. Says, hi again, Carey. Here's a wee something from a latecomer just to say thanks. Well, thank you, Martin. Cheers, my friend. Scottro wants to know, would it be safe to just recommend Category 8 cables for those speeds? Yeah, I think that's safe, but Category 6A is far less expensive. And I don't think there will ever be a Category 9 or 10. I believe we've just completely, I mean, unless somebody comes up with some interesting invention, we've maxed out what twisted Ethernet cables in 4 pairs can do. The fact that it can even do this is pretty incredible. I don't anticipate, nor am I aware of anything working in R&D to go to a Category 9 or 10. I think at that point you got to switch over to fiber optic or some other cable technology, which to my knowledge does not exist yet. So if you go Category 8, you likely will be staying there for quite some time. On the other hand, Category 6A is cheaper and more available, and it's really all you need. You might even be able to get away with some Category 5E cable, depending on how long of the cable run it is and the condition of the cable and how it's been terminated. These things start to get really finicky as you go to those higher speeds. If you just wanted to play it safe and money was no object, yeah, Category 8. Personally, I don't use Category 8 cables. I only use Category 6A. I've got no complaints. I don't feel that my connection speed is being held up at all. I also like that I can get Category 6As in these really super thin Ethernet cables, which I'm not aware of are available in Category 8. I like the flexibility of the really thin Ethernet cables. But they're not, Category 8 is not necessary, it's not required. I'm just looking back at any past questions I might have missed. Chris Johnson joins us and says hello.
Fred Vandermeulen says hello. Terrell Cochran said, if money was no object, I would do fiber throughout the house. Well, I'll tell you, if you could afford it and you could set fiber in the house, that would be amazing. And you'd have to be using adapters to convert that down to Ethernet for most equipment that home users have. You probably won't need fiber in a house, I'd say, for another 10 years would be my guess. And even then, only in urban areas where, you know, big cities where fiber will even be available. I don't know that Starlink or satellite internet or other internet will be available in rural areas at those kind of speeds ever in our lifetimes, but I would love to be wrong on that. There's so much people worry about that I have a hard time understanding the justification of the anxiety and the expense. So let's say you bought this house in California and you upgraded the house to fiber so that 10 years from now, when you need it, it'll already be there. And then the fires come and there's nothing left of your house. Maybe all these things you're worried about happening are never going to happen. And the things that do happen, you never saw coming. Whatever it's going to cost you to future-proof is going to be 10 times more money to do it now than it will be to wait until you need it. That's even if you need it. And that assumes nothing better comes out between now and when you need it. So while you might be ready for the future in 2025, the future may be very different than you thought it was going to be, negating the extra expense and trouble to be prepared for a future that never came, for technology you never needed, that's already been supplanted by Wi-Fi. It's quite possible that we're going to see fiber-like speeds through Wi-Fi much sooner than actually needing fiber within the walls of your house. I do think the future is wireless. Obviously, the providers will need fiber to get it to your house, but once it's in your house, I think running cables in small offices and in homes especially is going to get less and less common as more and more things go wireless, and as wireless speeds and connectivity reliability, you know, the stability of it gets better and better with every generation. I think that's our future, not running cables of any kind. Now, there are industries that are regulated with regards to how the data is to be controlled, right? Financial institutions, etc. That may not allow for Wi-Fi, I don't know. And if so, it has to be encrypted in a certain way, I imagine. But so does the LAN traffic as well, the wired LAN. So there'll always be differences for businesses than home users. But I think home users overall, I think the future is going to be Wi-Fi. And I think spending any money to future-proof it, you're spending way too much. It's way too expensive. If you wait till you need it, it'll be cheaper. And you might find out it's already been replaced by some advanced technology that either uses entirely incompatible different cables or no cables at all because it's Wi-Fi. If you would have told me I can go 2.5 gig Wi-Fi, no way. No way. And yet, since last year, that's exactly what we've been doing here. We absolutely peak out at 2.5 gig on the Wi-Fi. That's insane Wi-Fi speeds. Insane. Studio A still running 1 gig networking. This is 2.5 times that. No wires. Something to think about. I can't predict the future any better than anybody else, but I can tell you, I've seen a lot of people spending a lot of money to solve problems they never had and are never going to have, or if they have the problem, it's not exactly as they thought it was going to be, that required them to spend even more money to fix the other thing that they did in preparation for it that made the job just as difficult and just as expensive. They weren't just going to plug something in and be good. I mean, that's the idea behind future-proofing, but in this industry, things change too fast, too often, and trying to stay above it is based on what you're thinking in 2025, and that's going to seem like a caveman in 2029. Just think back to what the last upgrade was you did and how much you spent for it. Then think about what that upgrade would cost today
if you did the exact same upgrade, but you waited until you needed it. So let's say, for example, you bought 128 gigs of DDR4 2 or 3 years ago. How much is that RAM today? And would you still want it now that DDR5 is out? It's just something to think about. Scotto says fiber's already starting. I don't have it in my whole house, just lined with Wi-Fi, but I live in Pennsylvania, close to a college and hospital. Well, I'd say you're very lucky if you're getting fiber to the house. But then the question is, what speed networking do you have where Ethernet isn't covering your speeds? You'd have to be above 10,000 gigabits per second to justify fiber. So we're talking going above 10 gigs, because we can do 10 gigs with Ethernet. So what's the point of the fiber, unless you need to go faster than that? So even if you have fiber going into the house, which is typical, I mean, from an internet service provider in a big city, right? That infrastructure may be there or will be coming soon. But that doesn't mean you're getting 10 gigs out of it. And anything less than 10 gigs, we could be handling, or 10 gigs or less, we can be handling. You don't need more expensive fiber cables when Ethernet can do it for a fraction of the price. Scotto says 1 gig up and down. Yeah, so 1 gig can be handled by a telephone line, right? Old copper. So that's nothing. You can go 10 times faster than that with an Ethernet cable. There's no point in having fiber for that, in my opinion. It's too expensive. If you need to go a long distance, if you've got a 10 gig internet connection coming into the house, and you want to run that 10 gig internet connection behind your house to another house behind your house, fiber is the way to go for those long runs. That makes sense. But if you're just running in the walls of your house, I don't see any benefit to that. I guess because you can. I don't know why you would. It'd be very expensive and offer you no improvement in connectivity. But again, I'm talking from a 2025 perspective. Ask me this question again in 10 years and see where we're at. Peter says people should also be able to cope with all the radiation with wireless. Well, you're surrounded by radiation. Probably the worst radiation that impacts your body comes from the sun. I'm not exactly sure what you're going to do about that. But RF or radio frequency signals, such as AM and FM radio, are basically the same kind of signals that your Wi-Fi is going to run on. It's all radio frequency signals. It's what emergency systems and airplanes use in different frequencies that are, reserved for them so that they have that communication always available. And certain radio frequencies are reserved for home users, and these are low power emitters. In other words, the reason why your mesh network doesn't cover your whole neighborhood is because that would release quite a bit of radio frequency radiation that, if you're just standing in front of it or sleeping next to it day after day after day, we don't really know what the effects of that could be, but we do know the effects of the sun's radiation and how strong that is by comparison. And to some extent, we are built by nature to withstand that, right? Obviously. These are extremely low power, and that's why we can have them in our homes. But that's also why we have mesh networks. Instead of having one router that can broadcast across the entire first, second, and third floor of a house, that would require a much stronger signal. So the creative way around this is you have the lower power signal in multiple places that communicate with each other on a separate lower power signal. And the signal power is so low that any concern about radiation is clearly coming from somebody who has no academic education in that field. It's based on a fear due to a lack of understanding how it works. And the best way that you can alleviate that fear and anxiety, if it really bothers you that much, is to get a proper academic education in that field, if that's what it takes to rest easy. Because otherwise it's like conspiracy theory, and there is no evidence that supports that somebody with Wi-Fi is more likely going to get cancer. That's never existed. There's never been any example of that. It's never been proven. But the imagination of the individuals and their ability to share that on their keyboard creates a technochondria and a form of anxiety that exists solely through imagination. And it's all based on a lack of academic education on a subject matter that, if it really bothers them, nobody's stopping you from going and getting that education. But some people find some joy in being afraid. I guess people go to horror movies because they like being scared. And in the same way, people like sharing these tales of conspiracy and fear as a form that may not even realize it, but it's a form of entertainment for them. So bear that in mind when you're reading information online, right? Or you're seeing videos from content creators. Where's this information coming from? Who's your source? And always question your source, right? If somebody says something doesn't sound right, it bothers you, research it from a respectable, somewhere that you know is known for being a source of reliable, factual information, right? It could be a college, it could be a government resource, it could be a content creator who specializes in a specific field that you go to because from your interpretation, this person knows what they're talking about. I'll get their thoughts on it. Like, I'm not an astrologist or a cosmetologist, but I will absolutely trust Neil deGrasse Tyson when he talks about that stuff. And I'm not interested enough that I want to go to college and learn about astrophysics. If I was, that's what I'd be doing. In the meantime, my curiosities, he's somebody I find that does a very good job in explaining things in a very easy to understand way and uses examples and analogies in a similar way that I do when I explain things. So his way of communicating really connects with me, and I trust his education and experience in that field. So just to give you an example. Peter, with another €2 contribution there from Amsterdam, says, thank you for the answer. Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you for the support. M Wildfan1 says, Carey, I thought the GMK Tech Mini PC, which has HDMI ports, but my monitor has a display port and no HDMI ports. Well, if we go over to Amazon, this is really not a big deal. If we share my screen with you here, we go to Amazon and just type in the search, we'll type in DisplayPort, oh, wrong keyboard, DisplayPort to HDMI adapter. You have dozens to choose from. This adapter would plug into the back of the monitor, and then you would use an HDMI cable to go from this end of the adapter to your mini PC. Same with this one. Same with this one. Notice there's a male end and a female end, so choose accordingly depending on what your needs are. Your monitor should have a female plug. The male plug plugs into that, gives you a female HDMI. There's also these sturdy little adapters. They're $6 and they're very tiny. They're not very flexible. Sometimes you want that cable so you have the flexibility. But this is a quick and dirty way to do the change from DisplayPort to HDMI. Very inexpensive, very accessible. I think I've got a few. Yeah. So to give you an example, right over here, let me walk up to the camera. On this channel, if you watch regularly, I'm adapting DisplayPort to HDMI all the time. And the last time I did it, I couldn't find my adapter cables. So I just went online. I got 2 for $10 at Amazon. This is DisplayPort on this end. So that end goes into the
In many cases, it's computers that I'm using that have DisplayPort out. And then my video capture card is HDMI only. So then that would go just the regular HDMI cables I have now. I don't replace them. I just need that little adapter. So easy peasy. You buy it once and it should be good for the life of the machine. Again, they do have adapter cables. As you see, I did eventually find mine. DisplayPort on one end, HDMI on the other. That way I'm not rerunning DisplayPort cables. I can use all the HDMI cables, and it's just the end of it that I'm changing. Now notice I cannot plug this adapter into this one. They both do the same thing. They're both male DisplayPort to female HDMI. That's probably the most common one that's needed, but there are other types of adapters for extensions and going the other way. You can also buy a cable that's HDMI on one end and DisplayPort on the other end, but that's so specific, I would rather have the adapter to use whatever HDMI cables I want instead of having specialty cables. I use all the same cables and just put the adapters on the end. Keeps my life much easier, much simpler. So I appreciate the question. Let's go back over to the chat room and see what else you guys have on your mind. Doman 2000 would prefer to have a specific cable. I don't, but again, I'm constantly switching cables here. Depending on the mini PC that I'm using, some have DisplayPort out, and I'm not frequently putting monitors up here. So I understand home users where you've got a computer that's a DisplayPort out, but a monitor that doesn't have DisplayPort in, or the other way around, a monitor that has DisplayPort in, but a computer that doesn't have DisplayPort out. In the business world, most computers and monitors are using DisplayPort cables both at the back of the PC and the monitor, whereas most home users are using television-style HDMI connectors on both computer monitors and televisions. You won't find a television for a consumer with a DisplayPort in. I've never seen one. It's primarily business use and also high-end gaming and enthusiast use for those super high frame rates and super high resolutions. Katrina says, I'd love to see the time difference between rendering a 6 gig video file on your normal PC versus the Minis Forum AI X1 Ryzen 9 mini PC. So bear in mind, Katrina, that the encoding method that we're using, the bit rate that we're using, is going to play a role along with what software we're using. So if we're just doing a fair comparison of the software I use and the encoding I choose at the bit rate I choose, right? The way I do it now for YouTube, and simply use the same software. We could put PowerDirector on here, make sure our output file is using the same codec at the same bit rate with the same project file, and see the difference. Yeah, I'm interested in that as well, and I appreciate that suggestion. That will take some time to prep that video because I have to basically put a project file together on my main PC, render it out, and take a screenshot of how much time it took. Then I can download and install PowerDirector over here. Even though I just have one license, PowerDirector 365 allows me to install it on any number of computers. I can only run it on one computer at a time, or I have to buy a second license. So the good news for me is I don't have to buy another license to do this. I can use my existing license, but I have to shut down PowerDirector on the other machine, get it installed and activated over here at no cost, because again, I have a subscription, and then load that same project file and render it out and take a screenshot. So rather than do that live, that's likely something best done offline, save the screenshots and just show you. But how it would render out in DaVinci Resolve or Adobe Premiere, or under a different codec, or under a different bit rate, or under a different resolution if it's 1080 or 4K. You know, in some cases, if you've got a computer that is AV1 compatible, like PowerDirector isn't supporting AV1 right now, but if we could just simply change our codec to the more efficient AV1, we could probably improve performance of our output if that's what we were seeking, by simply adjusting the output settings or getting software that supports the more advanced, latest codecs that are more efficient. But again, just an apples to apples to say, okay, how does it perform with all the same settings and everything from that machine to this machine, using onboard video, not using an external, Oculink or anything? Yeah, that would be an interesting test. I'm very curious myself. Now the good news is, all the file copying that I was doing to the flash drive, that is since completed. I don't know how long ago I've been chatting with you guys, but let me step over to the streamer and pull my flash drive out of here. And let me show you what we've got here. So right here is my flash drive. This will hold 1 terabyte on this SanDisk flash drive. And we can plug it in right here. Now bear in mind, any file transfer that's coming from this flash drive will be limited to the speed of either the flash drive or the USB port, which is not as fast as the network connection. So the next step in the test is to pull all this data and put it on the fast internal drive. The fast internal drive is 3.5 times faster than this connection. So if this connection can move 1,000 megabytes per second, this internal drive will move, actually I think this is closer to 5,000 megabytes per second, versus the flash drive here is limited to probably 300 to 400 megabytes per second, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to switch over to this computer. And that's why doing some of this live is very impractical. There's so much prep work that has to be done. But I want you to know, if you're going to set up a similar test, what to expect in order to do this test properly. And that way you have a proper idea of how much time does it take to test it versus just use it the way you've always wanted to use it, and see what the real differences are in real world use versus the simulation, which takes way more time and is a very impractical means to measure. But this is what the internet has decided is a means to measure, which I have a hard time wrapping my brain around, because these simulated tests simply don't replicate real world work. And they can take much longer to run to get results that are effectively very different from the way you use your machine. Now, I don't have very many files on the flash drive here, but you'll see they're all very large. So to give you an idea, when I go live, all of my videos are being recorded locally in case of like internet outages and things that we've seen here today. For example, when you guys lost the connection, or when I lost the connection, therefore you did, I'm still recording locally, so I can always upload the video should something catastrophic happen. And you can see the size of these files. Every video I'm doing, we're looking at 85 gigs, 79 gigs, 55. This one's 123 gigs, this one video. We could sort this by size, give you an idea. This is a 3 hour and 22 minute long video that runs 123 gigs. So just these files alone would be a good test set to see how long they take to copy over a network. But in order to do that test, I can't be pulling them off the flash drive because that's my bottleneck. So what I'll do is I'll just highlight all of these, and we'll hit the cut button. And then we will go over to the desktop. We'll create a new folder here. And we'll call it test files. And now we'll start pulling it from the flash drive onto this computer specifically. Now at the same time, I could have just transferred these files over the network, and the network speed would be limited to 2.5 gig, because that's what the streamer supports, unless I put a 10 gig card in it. Then we'd be going essentially 3 times faster. This is a good way to picture this in your head.
This is telling us our speed in any file copy. And our speed coming off the flash drive is somewhere between 300 to 340 megabytes a second. Looks like it's hovering around 330 right now. The 10 gig network card, this number will be 1000. So already the network card is 3 times faster than the media. That means if this says it's got 40 minutes to complete, it'll only have 20 minutes to complete at 10 gig. If the storage devices can keep up with the network. When I mention a point of diminishing returns, this is what I'm talking about. You have to have a lot of file transfer, big file transfer happening often for this to justify its expense and setup. For some people, it's just fun. They've got the money, they've got the time, and they want it because they can have it. But for a practical reason, it doesn't make a lot of sense for most home users and even most small businesses. Now, as I reach over and touch this, this is beyond warm. This is very, very hot. Obviously, it's not too hot to touch, but it's getting close. And that fan hasn't gotten any louder, but it also hasn't gotten any quieter. And I can feel the heat coming off the sides. Now, by comparison to a passively cooled 10 gig adapter, they don't get much hotter. Like, they can. And again, we're not even utilizing the adapter at this point. It's idling while we're transferring data off this USB stick. But I can already tell you what to expect. 330 megabytes, 40 minutes versus 1,000 megabytes, 20 minutes. If you're moving small files, your payback, what you're getting back in return, is so negligible, what's the point? If you're moving files constantly, where are these files coming from? See, that's the other question. If everything is 10 gig, this makes sense. But if you've got 2 computers on your network that run 10 gig back and forth, but your internet connection is a gigabit, where is this data coming from? If I'm recording video on my camera and I'm plugging an SD card in, I'm limited by the speed of the SD card. Once it's on my drive and I want to transfer it to my NAS, I'm limited by the speed of my NAS. If I'm transferring it to a USB, I'm limited by the speed of the USB. The only time it benefits me at 10 gig is for everything to be on 10 gig.
Can I touch that? I want to see it. Or I want to feel it.
You want to touch my dongle?
I want to touch your dongle. Oh, shit.
It's a little warm.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that is. I'm sorry, folks.
It's a nice picture of the back of your head.
Sorry. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but you remember the I/O crest also got quite warm.
Yeah.
And it's got no fan. It's completely silent.
Right. It's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
It's beyond warm, though.
Yeah.
It's past warm, but it's not too hot to touch. But if you're going to go 10 gig, that's to be expected. Now imagine how much hotter that would be without the fan in there.
Right, for sure.
Whether or not it's raised up will make no difference. Yeah, you can feel the heat coming out of there, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well.
There you go.
Pretty neat, though.
I'm all for 10 gig, and especially when you have a mini PC or a laptop where you're not going to get that through Wi-Fi speeds, and you're not going to be able to open it up and add that card.
Right.
So this is an affordable solution.
For sure.
But for $30, you get pick up the wavelength that's at 5 gig. Right? I mean, for $30, you get pick up the wavelength that's at 5 gig. Right? I mean, you're already 50% of the way, 0.5, which is 5 times 1 gig.
Right.
For 1/4 of the price.
Right.
So anytime you're going to go with the big, fancy, latest and greatest, you're always going to overpay for that. And you're also going to be a little of a pioneer, a little bit, in that if there's any issues regarding this new technology, because you've adopted it early, you'll be affected by it before any of us will. And give this a year, and the price will go down, and the technology will continue to improve. And that's true of all new tech. Now, 10 gig's been around a while, but 10 gig through... what's interesting is you were standing in front of this when it went down. Ideally, we will move this up higher.
Right.
because it's possible you're blocking some of the signal? Like, I'm guessing.
That doesn't make sense.
Well,
It doesn't.
I don't know, because obviously when we were moving this around, we ran into an issue, and that would suggest to me that maybe this was putting out some kind of a frequency that's interfering with the.
Well, that's possible. I can change the
But I'm
channel.
moving this around now, and it's clearly there's not a consistent issue. And even though my computer here that I monitor with said it was connected to this OBS running on the same computer, was disconnected. So I'm not sure if we're losing it here, or if we're losing it on OBS, which would be YouTube servers, or where the disconnect is happening. It does seem awfully coincidental that when we're picking this up and moving it around.
Yeah, I'm seeing channel interference.
Is there channel interference?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I unplug this, do you still see the channel interference? You know, that fan is noticeable. Now that it's off, it almost seems eerily quiet. I get so used to it so quickly. Now, it's possible we have a neighbor utilizing some form of equipment or their own router where, you know, one day the channel's fine and clear, and the other day the channel has interference. That's a possibility. Right.
I've moved the 6 gig channel, and now it's just.
You've moved the channel, but what I wanted you to do before moving it was to determine if we still had channel interference with this plugged in or unplugged, or if that interference is coming from somewhere else.
Interference is.
It's not coming from this. Okay. So you've already changed channels on the Wi-Fi.
I had to.
Okay. So this is also an important lesson for those of you watching. If you run into Wi-Fi issues in your home where your Wi-Fi randomly disconnects, in most situations, the very first step is to change the channel that your Wi-Fi is on. Now, we've talked about this in the past with regular Wi-Fi 2.4. You have 11 channels to choose from, but the channels are so close together in frequency, you really only have one end, the other end in the middle. So channels 1 and channels 11, try one or the other. And if neither one of those are working, then go to channel 5 or 6. That's it. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, they're a waste of time. Now, the minute you jump into 5 gigahertz bandwidth or 6 gigahertz bandwidth, 6 gigahertz has, I think, 140 channels. And so, generally speaking, not as many people have something at that wavelength at 6 gigahertz. And if they do, the range on it is not as far. The bigger the number is, 5 gig versus 6 gig, the shorter the range, but the higher the performance, and the less likely it's going to be in a crowded place where other competition for that bandwidth exists, where the necessity of choosing different channels is going to be frequent. It should almost never happen. But your first diagnostic, when you're running into any Wi-Fi dropping, a lot of people say, well, this is getting hot. But they're designed to get hot. That's not likely the problem. Your first step will be to change the channel that you're broadcasting on either the 2.4, the 5 gigahertz, or the 6 gigahertz, whichever one you're having the issue with. Change the channel on that, and that will likely resolve the problem, probably 8 times out of 10. A lot of people send routers back because they don't know enough to change the channel. So that's like sending back a TV because you don't know how to change the channel on the TV. Bill wants to know how he would change a channel from a modem and router provided by his cable company. Typically, your cable setup is automatically done by your cable provider, and they put a sticker on the bottom of the router modem that tells you what the login, admin name and password, Wi-Fi SSID and password are. I would leave all of that alone. I would not be messing around with what's provided from your cable provider. Instead, if you're having internet issues through your cable provider, you should call your cable provider and have them fix it. This advice assumes that you are renting a modem and a router or a combination device from your cable provider, and part of the service you're paying for is that you don't do this yourself. But if you're like me and you've bought your own router, we do have a cable modem from the cable company, but we don't utilize it as a router. We utilize our own routers, so we have control over it. As such, if we have a problem, the cable company says we can help you up to the modem. We can't help you beyond that because they don't know anything about this. They don't sell them. They're not trained for it. It's not their job. So if you're renting a cable modem and router, as most of us do from your cable company, they are responsible for making it work. You should not be paying them for service and then not utilizing them for service. That doesn't make any sense to me. So call them if you have any problems, and then it'd be their responsibility to make that work because that's what they've sold you. That's what you're paying for. And if you want control of it, then you should be buying your own modem and your own router, or you do what we do. We rent the modem and we buy the router. And that way, if we have any internet connection issues, the cable company is responsible right up to the modem. And the cable company can say and verify to us if we have a problem in the building or outside of the building. If the problem is outside of the building, that's on the cable provider to fix that. If they can deliver the signal to the modem and we're not getting the signal in the building, they say that's it, that's on you. That's for you to fix. That's what we want. We want to be able to say, okay, as long as we verify we're getting the signal with the cable modem and the cable company's doing their job, that we're getting the service we paid for, we can handle it from there. But sometimes when you're having these bizarre networking issues, it can be very difficult to know if the problem's happening outside of the building or within the building. If you're just a regular consumer and you've just paid money to the cable company every month, you likely don't know anything about any of this stuff, and anytime you have any problem, you're just going to call them. Some cable providers won't even let you into their stuff because they don't want to get the support call that costs them money because you were monkeying around with their stuff. It doesn't belong to you. You understand that, right? It's not your modem and it's not your router. If you're renting it from the cable company, any more than renting a car doesn't make it your car. If I fly somewhere and I need a rental car to get me around town, that's not my car. I cannot open the hood and start yanking parts off of that car or start modifying that car in any way at all. It's actually illegal. So some cable companies will have you locked out of their equipment because it's not yours and you have no authority to be in there. And they're doing that not necessarily for control's sake, but for cost. They need to make sure that they're avoiding unnecessary support calls that customers have self-created by getting into something the customer had no business getting into, that now the cable company is paying their employees to resolve to undo the damage that was completely avoidable had the customer not monkeyed around with it. It's their equipment, it's their responsibility. You do not own it and you have no authority to get into it. So if you want the authority to get into it, go buy your own stuff. Stop renting other people's stuff. Imagine if I rented anything and then I loaned it out to you. I don't have the authority to sublet that, right? If I rent an apartment and then I want to rent a room in the apartment to you, in many cases that's a violation of the contract with the landlord. I don't have that authority to sublet. It's not mine to rent. There are exceptions, but this is the general rule with regards to renting. There's a reason why it's called renting versus owning. All right. So just to clarify any misunderstanding, that's pretty much universal worldwide. Patrick said with Comcast, you can't change the channels or the Wi-Fi, and nor should you. I'm sure Comcast can and will do so if they deem it's necessary, not if you do, right? You understand that. And if you want that control, buy your own stuff. On the other hand, wouldn't it be easier to just make a phone call and have somebody else take care of it for you regardless? It's like living like a rich person, as far as I'm concerned. I'm having a problem. We call somebody and have them fix it. They're not going to charge you for it. It's part of your monthly bill. Luke Greenian said he turned off his Xfinity Wi-Fi and he uses Wi-Fi from the Nighthawk router. It seems like a stronger signal. Well, sure. Versus, so let's say you're an internet service provider and you're providing your cable modem router. You're not going to have very many because you don't want to have to train your staff for 20 different models. Your goal is not to acquire the enthusiast or the hobbyist or the extremist. Well, you have no problem having those customers. They're often the most demanding, want to pay the least, and are most likely going to create support calls. These are people that cause problems more so than your average general public. So your goal, if you're an internet service provider, is to provide generic equipment in the sense that it's not specialty equipment that works universally well in every type of environment, from a multi-story home, a home made of concrete, a home made of different materials, and that you have trained staff on that specific hardware and configuration to make it work accordingly in these different environments. Universally, it's the same equipment, even though the buildings are very rarely not this. They're not the same. They're going to be different construction, different square footage, different congestion in the Wi-Fi range of channels. And those technicians are trained on those specific models they sell and nothing more. That's all they know. They're not just telling you I can't help you. They literally cannot help you with equipment you bought. Now, if you're more of a hobbyist or an extremist and you are comfortable buying your own router, of course you can buy something better for you. But that doesn't mean it's better. It's better for you. Most people don't know what's better. They don't care. Most people say it works or it doesn't work. That is your vast majority of customers from an internet service provider. And those who are more technical and demand technical minutia are simply not going to be satisfied because they don't service customers like that any differently than the customer says it's on or it's off. You're not going to get a higher level of service simply because you demand it. They don't provide it. If you want that, you sort of have to roll your own. And that's universal. That's just, they have to make money. They have other customers to help. And if you're that level of demand, they probably have a price point somewhere where you can get sort of a personal concierge, maybe, assuming you can afford it. So you can be as demanding as you want, as long as you got a wallet to pay for it.
Plug that back in.
Now I've noticed when I plug this in, the fan isn't running at all. And so even though it's idling, it does get warm and the fan does kick on. And once it kicks on, it never kicks off until I unplug it. So I haven't even begun a data transfer from here to another machine yet. Like, I'm just getting the data off of the stick. And you heard, you know, this fan running, and I have no doubt this is going to achieve our speeds. I have no doubt we're going to get 1,000 megabytes per second from this. I'm not concerned about that.
You start a copy?
Well, again, I don't need to. It's just going to kick up on its own. Whatever's been happening, all we've done is plug this in the whole time. We've never actually done anything other than whatever, maybe Windows Update is doing some updates or something through here, but it's not going to be running at 1,000 megabytes, right? The Windows Update servers aren't that fast. Our internet connection's not that
We
fast.
still don't have any.
But the fan hasn't kicked on yet. It takes a minute. So let's let it sit here. And again, we were kind of monkeying around with it. I just don't know. It doesn't seem like that's coincidence to me. But if you've already changed the channel, any opportunity for verifying interference is gone now.
No,
because
it's not. That's why I told you to plug it back.
not if you've already changed the channel. Likely, if it's having interference, it was on that specific channel alone. And by changing the channel, we will not be able to.
I can tell you what the channel was. I can put it
But
back.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I want to keep going down during a live stream to test this. You know, if you verify you have channel interference, and we don't know the source of it, but switching to a different channel has fixed it, then I don't care. I'm curious. Where's the channel interference? Is it from a neighbor? Is it from the ceiling fan? Is it from a microwave? Were you just using the microwave?
No.
Microwaves can interfere on the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi band. Now I hear the fans cranking up on this. Let me leave it plugged in. You can keep an eye on it. You don't have to stand here with that. You can monitor that with your smartphone from any place in the building. So let me know if anything changes. And I'll let you know if we drop again. What I do in my line of work, and I want to be very clear because there seems to be a lot of misconception in the online community of home users who don't understand what I do. Like, you understand I fix computers. You understand I do preventive maintenance. But you also have to understand that I won't spend more time on preventive maintenance than on the time it takes to fix a problem. So for me, there's a balance between regular updates and maintenance of a computer to avoid problems that are avoidable. And then there are problems that are unavoidable, and there's nothing you can do that will cause those problems to not be avoidable other than turn the computer off and stop using a computer, if that's the thing you want in life. So there is a reasonable amount of maintenance that I perform to avoid common issues that can happen if somebody never empties their recycle bin, to happen if somebody never updates their Windows with all the Windows updates. They keep postponing it, putting it off. They leave their computer on. They never restart it. These eventually lead to problems, guaranteed, just a matter of time. With these kind of guaranteed problems, if left unaddressed, there's going to be a call for service. So if I can make sure that these regular problems that build up are reduced, back down, optimized efficiently, so the temp files are removed, the recycle bin's emptied, the Windows updates are installed, the latest drivers for things like video cards and chipsets are always kept up to date, this reduces the likelihood for a support call. Doesn't guarantee, but it reduces the likelihood. But you still have problems that are unavoidable in life. One day you turn the computer on and the drive is dead. The power supply died. Something's blue screening now that wasn't blue screening before. There's nothing in the world you can do to avoid that other than stop using a computer. But here's what I don't do. I don't go to a client who pays me to solve a problem they're not having. It's never happened. No one has ever paid me to solve their imagination. That's the job of a psychologist. That's not my job. I can't help people with their anxieties and fears. I can reassure them on the technical side of things. There's nothing over here I can do. But in here, I can't help you. It's never my job, and it would be wrong for me to even make the attempt. I need to stay in my lane, which is over here. Some people are their own worst enemy when it comes to this stuff because they won't leave it alone. It's your equipment, and I'm not telling you what to do with it, but I'm strongly advising that if you have anxiety about bad things happening, stop making changes. Because when you make any changes, you're likely going to have to make more changes, right? That's where your opportunity for issues come up. When I tell you to stop using system utilities, I don't have a beef against CCleaner or Glary or any of these utilities content creators create and say, here's a Windows debloater. I'm sure they mean well, but these utilities need constant updating. You can't just write a utility and walk away from it. With every Windows update, the utility often has to be updated. Where Microsoft was including certain programs by default when installing Windows, now they change it. Now it's other things. So if you make a debloater, you have to constantly keep updating it, updating it, updating it. And for somebody like me, it's faster for me to just simply uninstall the apps I don't want than to spend the time creating and testing an app and then spending the time updating that app endlessly. There's no end to it. Once you start, at some point, those projects will be abandoned. You have to understand that. They always start with enthusiasm, and it always ends with, I'm tired of this nonsense. You'll never win that game. Microsoft's always evolving and changing. And the minute you start customizing your Windows install to meet your needs that go outside of Microsoft specs, that you need a special utility, that's going to come back to bite you every single time. Just give it time. And then it's going to be very discouraging for you to reset the computer, because now what a pain it is to put all that customization back, which you should have never had to begin with. It's a crutch, and it's crippling you. It's slowing you down, and it's keeping you behind, but it's your freedom to do that. But you should be aware there are consequences to that. And if you avoid those unnecessary, in my opinion, completely unnecessary utilities, you will avoid the problems that comes with it in the future. And those problems can be very difficult to figure out for a tech, because it's not normal. When I go on site to an office and they're having a computer problem, it likely isn't because someone downloaded a system utility. They were trying to maintenance themselves. No, that's not usually why it happens. It's usually a genuine issue regarding lack of maintenance. If it's a client I don't know from, they just called me. Some new equipment they're trying to add or change. Changes of equipment or software are the most common reasons I get support calls. And the reason people call me is because they have an actual issue. There is a symptom. What is the symptom? The symptom could be the computer doesn't turn on, the printer doesn't print, the network doesn't network. Okay? We have a symptom. If your only symptom is you're afraid you're going to have a symptom later, that's not an issue I can help you with. That's psychological. That's not an actual thing I can fix as a tech, but it may be something a psychologist can help with in this anxiety. It's called anxiety. So people that are trying to avoid problems by spending money on things they never needed and money they never need to spend to avoid problems they never would have had is not something I can get behind, because it's not practical or logical, and it's not what my business is based on. I'm not fear-mongering. I'm not telling people you should absolutely buy these utilities and everything's going to be okay. The only thing I will say that with is backups. You should always be backing up your important data all the time for no reason. Not because I'm going to download an update or I'm going to upgrade. No, because it's been a few days since I did it. That's your reason, and I hope you have more than one backup. And as long as you have a backup, and I want to emphasize how important this is, as long as you have a current backup, you're bulletproof. It doesn't matter what your fear and imagination can conjure up, because worst case scenario is you just restore your backup. Who cares if you get a virus? Who cares if you get malware? Who cares if your hard drive dies? Who cares? It's simple to restore your backup. It literally takes minutes. When I use Acronis, by the way, it's super easy. It's no big deal. Putting system utilities on will often cause the problem you're trying to avoid. That's the irony of it. So if it's not broken, leave it alone. And if you are going to add software or make changes, expect problems. It's just universal, right? And I'm not saying that you should never install software, right? And I'm not saying you shouldn't make changes, but you should plan for things to change when you make changes. And they may not change for the better. There could be consequences that you didn't see coming that you couldn't have avoided except by not making the change. So if you're unwilling to accept that consequence, think twice about how important that change is. You want to add more RAM? You want to change your thermal paste? If you understand the consequences of these easy actions of spending time and money you didn't need to necessarily spend because you just thought it was something to do, and now your system doesn't work anymore, you caused that, and you spent money and time to create that problem. This is not what businesses do. When clients call me, they don't say, hey, Carey, I went to change the thermal paste on my business computer at work, and now it won't turn on anymore. That's never a phone call I've ever gotten in 34 years. When I work in corporate America, when I'm working at Intel, when I'm working at the power company, when I'm working at the government facilities, no employees are opening up their computers or adding software. So when they're calling for support, there's a real problem. And the problem isn't, I'm worried about something happening. The problem is, something's happening. You understand the difference? Now, you're welcome to go through life in any way you want and to spend whatever you need to spend in time and money because it's an educational experience and because you enjoy it. But be prepared for the consequences. Now, we're here to help you regardless, right? If a problem just happened just because it happened, or if a problem happened because you created it, we're here to help you learn. We're here to help. But when you're not having a problem and you're inspired by YouTube videos to make changes, those content creators are not responsible for the damage that occurs. That's you. You did that. Now, if that's what it takes for you to learn that lesson and we can help dig you out of that hole, we're happy to do so. But if you keep digging that hole over and over and over again, at some point we're going to say, look, man, we're just going around in circles here. If I had a client do that to me, I would drop that client. I absolutely would not service that client anymore. If I get a customer that says, I got a virus, I need the virus removed, and I remove the virus, give them the machine back, and they call me again and go, I got another virus, and you just cleaned it. You told me you cleaned it. I did. You just reinfected it. I will clean it again for free. But I'm telling you right now, and I'm going to show you when you pick up the computer, there is no virus on this. Now, if you infect it again, it's not going to be free. I'm going to charge you, just so you know. And you can put steps in to avoid that. Whatever it is you're doing, stop doing it. You're clicking on something, you're doing something to cause it, and I'm not going to keep servicing it under warranty because you won't stop the bad habits you have. And at some point, this relationship goes sour between me and a client because they're going to blame their lack of education on, their unwillingness to have what should be obvious information and to put any effort into learning. And they're going to say, since I paid you to do a job, I expect you to keep doing this job indefinitely because I refuse to learn. Well, that's not going to keep me in business. I'm going to have to close my doors. So at some point, I got to tell the customer, that's it. If you want any more service, you have to pay for it. And you're going to pay for it one way or another, through the education or through the repairs and the inconvenience of having a computer down every single time this happens. And some people are that way. They're not breaking the law. If that's what they want to do, that's their path in life. But I can no longer assist them anymore. I'm not there to be their babysitter. I'm there to help them get back on their feet. Once I help you get back on your feet, I expect you don't need me to help keep you upright. We're all allowed to fall. We're all allowed to stumble. And we will gladly lend you a hand to get you back on your feet. But once you're back on your feet, we hope you step more carefully. And that's a lesson that you evolve with. And that means the next time you fall, hopefully is for a completely unrelated issue, and we'll help you back up again. But if we're dealing with the same issue over and over and the person isn't learning, I've got other things to do, right? Then that's becoming a babysitter, which I don't have any interest in. Babysitting and tech work are two very different fields. So it depends on the client, but I will tell you, in the business world, and I can't emphasize this enough, we solve actual problems, not imaginary ones. That's all clients pay us for. And if you work in corporate IT, you have to justify why you have a job. You are reviewed. How many computers have you fixed this month, this week? How many computers has your coworkers fixed? Are you at the average amount of fixing, or are you doing far less than everybody else? Are you doing far better than everybody else? Whether you get a promotion or you're let go is going to be based on the work you're doing, how long it takes you to do it, and what impact you're having on the company. If every time a tech goes out, or even half the time, that another problem happens as a result of that tech's work that opens another support ticket for another tech to clean up after that first tech, do you think that first tech is going to continue that behavior indefinitely, or do you think they're likely going to have a talking to and eventually let go if they don't deliver what's expected of them by the employer? And by the same means, when you're watching these YouTube videos where these enthusiasts are downloading all kinds of weird software to show you all these weird tricks, have fun. Enjoy it. But if it's critical and important to you, think about the potential consequences of making the changes and what your contingency plan is going to be if this doesn't go as demonstrated in the edited video where everything always goes well, right? What are you going to do? Have a plan. And hopefully you don't need that plan. It's just like a backup. Have a backup. Hopefully you don't need that backup. As long as you have a backup, you're relatively bulletproof. No matter what happens to your computer, you never need to watch a video on how to solve a blue screen. Restore your backup. You never need to watch a video on how to remove a virus. Restore your backup. You never need a video on how to replace a power supply, a hard drive. You don't need to know any of this. Just restore your backup. It's the same solution for practically every problem outside of a failed part, right? A failed power supply, a failed motherboard, whatever it happens to be, a bad cable. That happens so rarely. The last time I've had to replace a power supply has been a long time. Somebody will say, oh, this X1AI, it has a built-in power supply, but how do you replace that when it goes bad? Why do you think it's going to go bad? Well, because I had power supplies go bad on me before. So you've had power supplies from an X1AI go bad in the past? No, I mean I've had power supplies go bad. And if that's a proprietary power supply, see, their imagination takes over and it's completely baseless. Nobody's paying me for this. Nobody's calling me and going, how do I replace my power supply in case I have to? It's just not a phone call we get in business. It never, ever happens, not once. But you're going to see it on Reddit and you're going to see it online, and it's bizarre. So I want to give you that professional perspective because you're just not getting it from other places, or at least not enough. With regards to this power supply, this is under warranty. You understand? If there's an issue with this under warranty, it is replaced by the manufacturer. We don't have to source it. But what if? Here come the hypotheticals. My favorite hypothetical is, what if there are no hypothetical situations? Answer that. What if? Now think about everything that has to fall in place for this what if to work. What if this has been running great? In 2 days outside of its warranty, or any time, but you know, Murphy's Law, as soon as it's out of warranty, or any time after warranty is over, your power supplies fail. Then what are you going to do? Well, I don't have a crystal ball. But for all I know, this is a power supply we could easily get on eBay or other sources by the time this warranty is over. It's a brand new machine. You understand? We don't know how popular these machines are going to be. We don't know if these power supplies will be used in other models from Minisform and others. We don't know. What are the odds we're even going to cross that bridge? How many mini PCs have I ever had to replace a power supply on in the history of mini PCs on this channel? We started with the original Nook in 2013, still on the original power supply. Every computer you've seen me build here, as far as I remember, they're all on their original power supplies. These issues that you did have with power supplies in the 80s or the 90s, they don't make them like that anymore. So it's like a PTSD that doesn't relate to reality. It's being stuck in the past. And this concern is unjustifiable. If that scenario actually happens, let us know. Ask us then. My power supply died in my X1AI. That's out of warranty. What do I do? Well, when that's out of warranty, we'll be in 2027, 2028. So if you encounter that situation then, we should have information by then with regards to where to source another power supply, if that's possible. Also, we got to base what's the machine worth versus how much is the power supply versus how much is a replacement computer. Because as things continue to evolve and get cheaper, it may not make sense. It might not. So these aren't questions I can answer, nor can anybody answer them. They're based on fear. They're based on anxiety. And they might be based on past experiences from many, many, many years ago that are completely unrelated to technology today. But the reason I show everything live and unscripted here is you can see problems as they occur. If my internet's going down and I don't know why, what I did to resolve it, or what Mara did in this case to change the channel on the router that she verified we were getting interference, we still don't know where the interference came from. But unless it's a repeating problem, I don't care. If the problem's resolved, it doesn't happen anymore, what do I care? What's the benefit from knowing? But if it's a repeating problem, it's something that consistently happens again and again, we got to find the source of what's going on. But there's so many other problems to deal with and so many other things to do. We don't have that luxury to just suss something out for the fun of it. There's so much other things we've got to get done. On top of that, customers that service that have actual problems. If we fix the problem, it's resolved. Let me know if it happens again. If not, it doesn't matter why it happened. Unless it keeps happening, there's no benefit to that knowledge. It's a curiosity that does you no benefit. Because if you never see the problem again, what good does the knowledge do you? So repeating problems are very important that we learn what's causing it so we can avoid it from happening. Somebody's computer blue screens, it's never blue screened before. First thing you do, tell them to turn it off and turn it back on again. What do they say? Why did it happen? I don't know. Is it happening now? No. Well, then it's fixed. If it happens again, let me know. And more often than not, I never get another call for support regarding a blue screen. It's just something that happened. It's not worth forensic investigation to determine what the cause was. Well, there's other work that needs to be done. So sometimes the viewers get caught up in a different world than the way professional technicians work. And I'm here to explain that difference and explain why. It's not a personal preference. I don't have a choice. I don't have the luxury to sit around and poke and wonder why, unless there's a payoff for that. If I'm investing my time in something, it's got to be accomplishing something that benefits my customers or benefits my business as much as possible. There's only so many hours in a day. There's only so many days in a month. And those bills are due every month. And the longer I spend working on something, I better be getting paid for that. If I'm not, I need to shift away from it to somebody that's paying. And it's not about greed. It's about not being taken advantage of. It's about being able to sustain a business, because if I allow one customer to monopolize my time, then I'm disrespecting all my other customers. So I treat everybody fairly and equally. When a problem is either the customer or the computer, and we have this discussion that involves, the price is going to go up, or, I have to walk away. I have to be able to pay the bills at the end of the month. If I go out of business because I have allowed one customer to take advantage of me, because I'm a nice guy, what did I just do to all my other customers who were relying on me, and now my business doesn't exist anymore? What are they supposed to do? So it's very inconsiderate to do that to your other customers to help one. And at the same time, a customer shouldn't be expecting you to do things for free. That's not a customer. So I have to draw a line in professional IT work regarding potential liability, right? If somebody says, I'm trying to pirate this movie and I can't get it to pirate, I need your help. I cannot help you with that. I'm not going to risk shutting my business down because you want to steal stuff and you want help on how to do it. Well, in the meantime, the legitimate customers are trying to reach me for real problems that, great for you. I can appreciate that you want to sit at home and take things you didn't create. That's your business. I'm not the police. I don't care. Okay? And in fact, I should just go la 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 la. I'm not listening. Okay? If you want to rip DVDs, do whatever you want, that's your business. That's not my business. My business is to solve problems. If your problems are questionable legality problems, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not the police, and I don't want to get involved. That's some thin ice I'm walking on, and I prefer to avoid it. When somebody calls and they say, hey, computer's making a lot of noise, the fans are really loud, or it's running really, I touch it, it's really hot, that's not normal. These are actual calls for service. That's why my business exists. And I'm here to share that information with the audience. And what I'm fighting against is all of the toxic and inaccurate information that viewers are getting from other hobbyists who enjoy sharing their passion and enjoyment of computers, but don't actually have any responsibilities to anybody but themselves. And while that may be fun and entertaining and oftentimes educational, the downside or the consequences are left you on your own. So if we can avoid that, everybody's stress goes away, the anxiety goes away. If you have a backup, the anxiety goes away, because no matter what happens, you're just going to restore your backup anyway. It's no big deal. So I have a hard time understanding the what if scenarios, because so long as you have the backup, what if doesn't matter. You're solved no matter what. It's again, apart from a part failure, you're going to restore your backup. Problem solved. No big deal. But if you're going to make changes and you don't expect there to be consequences and you don't have a backup, you're moving down a path I can't support you on. You're moving down a path of frustration, anxiety, and failures that you're going to constantly require help. And while we're happy to help you, once again, we're happy to help you. But if you're not learning from that experience and you keep repeating it, at some point, we got to help other people too. So we encourage the education and we encourage those who want to experiment, but to do so safely. You want to try jumping that ramp on your bicycle? I hope you put on knee pads, a helmet, elbow pads, and that you're on grass with a soft landing, right? Because if that jump doesn't go well, is it worth injuring yourself severely just because you were curious? That's your decision. I'm not here to tell you not to do it, but it'd be good to have a safety plan in place is all I'm saying. It is so hard to get through to people that are home users that every business knows inherently. And that is a default business attitude that is so foreign to most of the consumers that are, involved in online interactions and forums and such. It boggles my mind to see two different worlds running off completely different rules, and which ones are solid and stable businesses versus which ones go up and down with no patterns. It's just complete randomness of just consumers making stuff up, trying to solve problems they don't have, spend money they don't need to spend, and they're monkeying around with things because they were trying to make it better when there was nothing wrong with it to begin with. That's their choice. But it's also my choice to say, go have fun over there. Go do that somewhere else, is what my parents would say. Whatever that is you're doing, do it somewhere else. You can play with your ball. Don't play with it in the house. Take it outside. Jim KJ3N says, I solve hardware problems, not psychological ones. The psychological issues, boy, they put me in a corner that's very awkward and uncomfortable. And it's only happened a few times where somebody has called me with a concern of I'm being watched or being spied on. And my advice to them is to call the police. If you feel that Microsoft is spying on you or you're being watched, you need to call the police. And so in one instance, the guy says, yeah, I called the police and they blew it off. That's why I'm calling you. You're my tech. Can't help you. What do you mean you can't help me? What about all the work I've given you? Yeah, thank you for that gift. The work I did that you paid me for, that the reason you hired me was because you knew I was reliable and I was affordable. You were doing me the favor the whole time. I'm just asking you to look at it. There's nothing to look at. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Why in the world would Microsoft give a rat's behind what you do? They don't care. There's the opposite of love is not hate. It's apathy, right? Apathy is just, I don't care. I'm not interested. And no matter how self-important you think you are, unless you're a politician or a celebrity or you have some authority, that's a really strange conversation to have with somebody without insulting them. I'm sorry, but nobody really cares about you. That's rude. It might be rude, but I'm just telling you, you're not a high value target. You should be grateful for that. You just blend in with the rest of us. Very few people make it to a level of celebrity where they become targets. You're not one of those people. If you were targeted randomly, I understand that can happen. It happens quite frequently, but it's nothing that's consistent unless you've made it easy. So it's like feeding a cat. Those thieves are going to come back for more. They've already taken you once, so of course they think it'll be easy to take from you again and again and again and again and again until you learn to, put some protection in place. That's how thieves work. But they're not attacking you because of who you are. It's because of what you're not doing. You're not securing things properly, or you're not properly vetting things out to verify their accuracy before you're responding to them. So if you're going to behave that way, it's going to attract a certain reaction. And again, it puts me in a very awkward situation. Thankfully, I can count on one hand over the last 34 years how many times that phone call's taken place. I think 3 times, once a decade, I guess, where there's a level of paranoia that is just a lack of knowledge, where the imagination runs wild from the media, the social media, the news. It's getting worse and worse with regards to poisoning people's minds with biased information. It might be technically accurate, but there's another side to it that's also technically accurate, and they don't want to hear that side. So at that point, it's like, okay, this has become more like politics, and that's not my job. If you have a problem, for example, if you think Microsoft is spying on you, show me what the problem is that lets you believe that. What is it that you're seeing your computer do that you are concerned to call me up to fix it? What is it you want me to fix? Well, they're spying on me. No, I need more spying on you. How? They're turning your web camera on? What are you doing? Like, oh, they're stealing my data. How do you know they're stealing your data? If you can't show me how they're stealing your data, how do I know where they're stealing it from? Are they stealing it from Dropbox? Are they stealing it from your desktop? Are they stealing it from your host of your email service? No. You expect me to suss all that out? That's thousands of variables and possibilities there. I need you to be more specific. So those clients, I'm more than happy to get rid of those clients. If they never call me again because they think I'm rude, I'm okay with that, because I was never going to have much of a profit from them or future calls, and nor would I want those kind of calls. It's not the service I advertise. It's not what I do. And no matter how much somebody wants me to work on their iPhone, I don't work on iPhones. I also don't work on their refrigerators, and I don't do their car repair. And if they have a sore throat, I'm not their doctor. I don't offer those services, but you will have clients in this business that will say, I need you to write me a website. I don't write websites. It's not what I do. Maybe I can refer you to somebody. Well, but you're a computer tech. Oh, so now you get to tell me what my job is. Okay. So these are not good customers to get. But when you have a business, and this is why my focus will always go back to business, it's a very clear mission. We need the systems up and running. We need them secured at all times. We need to make sure the systems are running efficiently so that our employees can be as productive as possible, that they're not being held back from accomplishing work because they're waiting on the computer. They're having to restart the computer. It blue screened and they lost all their work and they have to do the work over again. This is costing the company money. So we have a very clear goal, and we're able to maintain those computers within reason, that we're not spending more time on maintenance than we are on repairs, right? There's a balance. But we're always going to have repairs, always. Things unexpected are always going to occur. And as long as we have a backup, the worst that can happen, the absolute worst thing that can happen, is we have to restore the backup, which really is not that big of a deal. I'm just looking at the chat for any final comments. We're just kind of kicking back on this Sunday. I knew that the audience for this 10 gig adapter, I think, is pretty limited. It's a pretty niche product. Are any of you watching interested in
going to 10 gig, or are you at 10 gig now? I'm just kind of taking a poll to evaluate what your interest is in this. Like, you might find the subject matter interesting and how it works versus, yeah, that's not for me, right? But out of curiosity, when it comes to content like this, do you want to see more content on extreme content like this, the pros and cons and costs? And also, does this directly affect you in some way where you're like, oh, I definitely know I want to get that? This helps me gauge the interest of the viewers. Now, most of the time I can gauge just by the number of views I get. Obviously, the more views I get, it's not rocket science. People were attracted to that subject matter or the content. But when it's not clear to me, when the video is kind of right down the middle as this one is, I'm just curious, what are your thoughts with regard to networking in general, or specifically a 10 gig USB adapter? Does that have any interest to you? Let me know. Mark Leibowitz said, Carey, I just replaced a power supply last week. It was a Cooler Master. CM is in the process of sending me a warranty replacement. Fair enough. I don't think I've used a Cooler Master power supply in some years. And again, it depends how many you're selling, right? You might have more clients than I do. But I've been pretty much sticking with EVGA. Stuck my foot out a bit with the Asus. I've got a couple of the Game Max power supplies, a couple of the Apevia power supplies, and a couple of the NZXT power supplies. One of the NZXTs did fail and had to go back. But overall, on the scale of how many have been sold, nothing that makes me not want to use NZXT. But with Cooler Master and Corsair, I was seeing more failures than I found acceptable, and I stopped using them. So I'm not surprised. But even still, the Corsair and Cooler Master power supplies that are sold today are far better and far more reliable than back when I was having the failures. And I moved on for that reason. Even though I'm sure the product's gotten better, I don't have any reason to go back yet. Dustin Fuller says, great stream as always, Carey and Mara. Thank you, Dustin. Mark is saying he replaces a lot of power supplies and laptop chargers more often than any other part. But I would be curious, how old are those power supplies and laptop chargers that you're replacing? Yeah, that's the other thing. Nothing lasts forever. And if you've got clients, if a lot of your clients have older equipment, the older the equipment gets, the more likely a failure is going to be, whether that's a storage drive failure, any kind of a failure. Just as things age, including us as human beings, we tend to require maybe some more medical assistance and pills the older we get, or just age-related wear and tear, right? You can live a healthy life and still need a little assistance with hips and joints, arthritis, cholesterol, et cetera, that typically younger people don't deal with. In much the same way, newer parts are far more reliable. They're built to a better standard overall, with some exception, and they're more efficient. And the older technology is not built as well as the new technology is. And when you combine that with just age, the failure rate is going to be directly in line with the age. So the older something is, the failure rate goes up. So that would be my question for Mark is, these power supplies that you're replacing and laptop charges, what would you say the average age of those are? I'm just curious.
Oscar said, always talking to Mark, okay. I have a client that complained a month ago about a wireless mouse jumping around. I changed the batteries and reinstalled the drivers, changed the USB port, cleaned the lens, started again. Mice don't last forever. The wear and tear, particularly on something you're moving around constantly, and how many millions or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of clicks that mouse has endured, will eventually lead to a failure of every mouse ever made. Now, if I go to Amazon, so let's say, for example, customer calls me out with a mouse-related issue, and the call me out is $125 for me to get in the car, get to the customer's location, no matter how far they might be, with every traffic I've got to deal with to get there, go on site to see this mouse problem. Any amount of time that I spend trying to repair that mouse outside of basic plug it in, make sure there's nothing obstructing it, is resolved in 2 minutes with a new mouse. So let me show you an example of this. I would bring a spare mouse with me in the car automatically. First of all, before I even head out the door, I'm bringing a mouse with me. And the mouse is so cheap, I will probably include it as part of my service call at no additional charge. And I mean a good one. I'm not going to sell them a cheap mouse, because that's the other thing. You're going to buy some cheap mouse from some manufacturer you never heard of. They're just going to have the problem again that much sooner. So I'm going to buy them a good, preferably Logitech wireless mouse. That's my personal preference. And we're going to go with the Marathon 705 because those batteries will last 2 to 3 years. So I'm not going to get a call for batteries. Oftentimes the mice do come, Logitech mice, with brand new Duracell batteries. But that being said, let me jump over to my window capture and let's do a search for, and let's talk about what your time is worth compared to the cost of this. Logitech M705. Now there's going to be a new one and likely a refurbished one. So this is a 3-year battery. It's $35 with free shipping. This is something easy to keep in inventory that's not going to depreciate in value. A mouse is a mouse, right? So if I always have one extra here, that's a good thing for a service person to have with them for testing, diagnostic, and also to just leave it with the customer, charge the customer for it if you want to, and then order another one to put it back in inventory if that's your last one. They're so inexpensive. Sometimes you can find refurbished versions of these mice even cheaper. So if we scroll down, this one is a 705. It's only $29.45. Great reviews, right? You see, I skipped over this no-name brand mouse. Might be great. I don't want to find out. Comes with 2 dongles for some reason. It's more money and only a 90-day battery life compared to a 3-year battery life. And this is more expensive from a company I never heard of. So we're going to skip over that. As we continue to look, here is a renewed mouse. Now, if this had a rechargeable battery, I might be worried about the state of the battery, but this is like a AA battery that it takes. They're 25 bucks. $25 versus what's the value of your time to clean the lens and clean the mouse and do all the work you did, only to get nowhere because there's something wrong with the mouse given how old it is and how it's been banged around the desk over the course of ownership. So whether you go refurbished or splurge on the extra 10 bucks to get a brand new one, the brand new one, obviously you don't have to worry about having to send it back for any reason. Likely it's going to arrive just fine. I ordered one of these for Subaru Mike, one of these refurbished M705s. Yeah, here's another one, $27.99. Okay. It didn't arrive in a box or anything. Basically, what Mike described is he got a Mylar, like a plastic envelope with no packing, and the mouse was just thrown in this bag, and the address was slapped on with a sticker, and it was arrived at his front door. And he said, you know, they didn't even pack this. I go, well, it's refurbished. They're bulletproof mice. It's Logitech. Even if your delivery driver drop kicked it to your door, these are really robust mice. They can really take some damage. And it's because it's being sold by Amazon, we can return it within 30 days regardless. So I said, don't let the lack of packaging worry you. If you wanted to be concerned about that, you could buy the brand new one for 35 bucks that'll be in the package. But when you're buying renewed, I sent it to him as a gift. He was having mouse-related issues. His old mouse was acting up. He thought it was something wrong with the laptop. Come to find out, there was nothing wrong with the laptop. It was a problem with his mouse. He's like, yeah, the copy and paste doesn't work. Well, the reason copy and paste wasn't working, after he reinstalled Windows, which I advised him not to do, he did it anyway, and then his copy and paste didn't work. So he was assuming there's something else going on with the laptop, which is why he reinstalled Windows. But because he reinstalled Windows, I don't know that he was having a problem with the laptop at all. And he never gave me the opportunity to diagnose it. So instead, now he's got a copy and paste it. I go, well, what does that mean? Show me. So when I went over to his place, he shows me that when he hits the right mouse button, the context menu doesn't always. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't appear. So I just grabbed a spare mouse and plugged it in. Works fine every single time. So you've worn your mouse out. It's just old. We did change the batteries first, and it made no difference. And beyond that, my diagnostic doesn't go any further with a mouse. It's not worth it. They're so inexpensive. So he goes, well, I have another mouse. I'll just use that one. And he pulls out this cheap piece of crap that's like something I've never seen before. And as he moves it across his desk, the mouse pointer doesn't move. So we grabbed a piece of paper and set it under the desk, and then the mouse pointer worked fine. And he's like, oh, that's good enough. I go, it isn't good enough. I go, you've been using your Logitech mouse on this surface for years. Now suddenly, because you're too cheap to buy a good mouse, suddenly you have to get a piece of paper for it to track. That's your sign that if it's this important to you and you're going to call and complain about it, stop buying the cheapest damn thing out there. If it's that important to you and it gets on your nerves that much, it isn't that much more to buy a name brand quality mouse with a 3-year battery life. You won't worry about this for a long time. Isn't that worth the extra $10? No, this is fine. So when I got home, I ordered him a mouse, even though he said what he had was fine. I'm like, you're going to get a package tomorrow. He goes, why? I go, because I'm your friend, and I don't want to see you suffer with that piece of crap mouse. Well, you didn't have to do that. I could afford a mouse. I go, yeah, but you won't buy one for yourself, and it's going to drive me crazy. So consider it a gift. You'll see it tomorrow. So he calls me the next day. He says, this thing's not in a package. I go, that's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's refurbished. I think it's unusual, but it's no big deal. Just plug it in, see if it works. And that's the mouse he's using to this day. Problem solved. For $10 more than what he had. And he doesn't have to put the piece of paper under it anymore to get it to track. A copy and paste function works like it should. But do know over time that mouse will wear out. And it's always better to simply replace it with a modern mouse, which will be more efficient. It'll probably track better, have a higher DPI than whatever we were using in 2025. See what I'm getting at? This idea that I'm going to buy it once and use it forever. What in life do you have that? So I don't know. There's probably something, but I can't imagine what it is. Mark Gaines says, Carey, I managed to get the Trix 360 all-in-one cooler for 259 pounds. That's a great price. Well, let us know when you get it installed and what you think of it. Do you like it? Jim KJ3N, when I was asking about the 10 gig networking, he says, he'd have to already have a 10 gig network in place to justify this. And it's not exactly cheap. He says, I'm good with 2.5 gig and 5 gig networking. I agree, there's better value to be had there, but it's not the latest and greatest bleeding edge. But yesterday's tech is always a better value. He says, I would have to rewire my whole house for 10G, and that's not happening. Well, here's the thing about rewiring a house. Running the first wire is the hard thing. Running any subsequent wiring is usually pretty easy, because all you do is you take the end of the cable coming out of the wall, you get some electrical tape and you wrap it onto your new cable, and you go to the opposite, end of that cable and pull it through the wall, because it shouldn't be stapled or secured to the wall in any way, and just pull it on through, fish it through, and then take off the tape or just simply cut it, put the connectors back on. It's a really easy thing to rewire a house, but not necessarily an easy thing to wire the house initially. But yeah, once the wiring's done, replacing the wiring's pretty simple. And Cat6a cable's very cheap. But I hear you. Just looking through your comments for any last questions. Again, it's a pretty lazy Sunday here, so we're happy to hang out. And we are planning to wrap things up. We've been live now for about 4 hours, which, again, part of the reason is I'm kind of checking to see if the channel change on the router is staying stable. So far, since Mara's changed the channel, that it seems to have resolved the problem, but only time can tell with a lot of issues. And again, it's another reason why benchmarks aren't really much of a diagnostic. They're great for seeing the performance of something, right? Is it performing as it's supposed to be within a range? But as for how stable is it, how rock solid over time is the only way we establish that. And it's the best benchmark is to put it in the hands of the customer and let them do whatever they do with it. There's no benchmark better than that. Mark Baggett saying, thanks. Great stream. Thanks for the educational content. I appreciate all the videos you do for it. Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you for being a member here. And for over 2 years, again, without our members, not quite sure this channel would be a lot, what's the word? It would look like a tree in the fall. It wouldn't have as many videos, or the frequency of videos would be severely reduced. Now, the last 2 weeks, we've had some renovations happening at Studio C here, which is very difficult for me to keep an eye on the renovations and to make a video where all the banging and cordless tools, screwdrivers and saws, it's very difficult. The good news is, once it's done, shouldn't have to be done again for another 20 years, hopefully. Get it done right. Everything from floor to ceiling is being done. New floors, holes in the walls patched, wallpaper removed, popcorn style ceilings removed, new lighting put in, all new electrical outlets, all new switches. In some cases, some new wiring had to go in, and we got all that done. And the next thing we have to do is we're going to take our administrative office here and move it upstairs. And then the administrative office floor gets torn out. There's some electrical issue going on there. It doesn't make any sense. Ceiling fan's going to go in. Walls get patched and painted. Popcorn ceiling gets removed. Like these are big, big jobs. And we're only handling it room to room because we're here and we have to live around it. And it sucks because it's interfering with the broadcast schedule. We're breathing all this stuff in that's being brought up from all the construction work. But the end result is amazing and it's totally worth it. So we got this next week off from any construction or anything. So hopefully we'll have a lot more videos next week. I'm feeling a little better. I'm still a little congested. I think it's self-diagnosed. I think it's sinusitis. but I'm not exactly sure, but it seems to fit all the symptoms. And usually that will go away on its own. You can see a doctor and get some help with that if you need it, but I think I'm on the path to recovery. It's just a little slower than I'm accustomed to. And I believe, and I could be wrong, but I self-diagnosed it. I think that's what it is. So bear with me as I still have a bit of sniffles and a little bit of a rough, a congestion in my voice, but it is better today than it was yesterday, etc. But normally a cold moves through me much faster than this. So I think that's what's different about this time. It's not long COVID or anything like that. I laugh about it, but yeah, it's not that. Rupin says, oh, you opened the X1AI, missed the video. We did the video on this Friday, but I was very, personally, I let myself down on that. I just don't like how it went down. When we do these live videos, especially if I'm under the weather, plus we had construction work done earlier in the day, or was still going on, things got a little bit too much for me to carry all of that at the same time. So I do want to investigate this more and give it the proper review it deserves. But what I can tell you, just out of the gate, this is the fastest mini PC I've ever worked with. Now, with regards to gaming or with regards to the OcuLink, we're going to test the OcuLink. We're going to get back to that. Opening it up, what's inside, we will get back to that. In the meantime, because this unit was sent out in advance to a number of creators, and all the creators were told, as of March 6th, you can make your video. So some creators, like myself, had this since February, but we were forbidden from showing it to you. Then when we were given the green light, everybody produced their content at once. So you're going to find, if you want to learn more about the X1AI, just type that into a Google search, and you'll see pretty much everybody's videos posted within the same 48-hour period, us included. Mine, admittedly, is probably the worst of the bunch because it just didn't go well for me. But that being said, that's on me. That's not on this. This didn't do anything wrong, and I want to give it the review it deserves. So if there's something you want to see run on this, that I can run on it for you to demonstrate just how powerful this is to a reference that you are familiar with, I'm more than happy to accommodate that request. But yeah, we're not done with this. In fact, when we are done with the review, it's going to sit right back in that corner where this was, because this has been my go-to machine, the MS-01. But this is better than that, and this is damn good, by the way. This is better. Never mind, this is Intel and this is AMD. Nothing to do with it. It's just, this is brand new. This is about 1.5 years old. The technology just keeps improving, regardless of who's making the chip. It's always getting better. And I also have a couple of other mini PCs that are much more affordable for those of you that aren't in the enthusiast arena with the budgets to pay for these machines. You know, you're looking at $1,000 a box here, but that's still much cheaper than if you tried to build a desktop equivalent to this. That would be far more money. So you're still getting a really good value here, but you're getting a lot of computer. And it may not be right for everybody. I get it, right? Not everybody needs this kind of power. Heck, I probably don't need this kind of power. I just want it. And if I have a choice, when I'm bringing a machine out for demonstrations, I want to choose my most powerful one to speed things along in a live video. So that's why this will be the new default. That also gives us longer term usage in real life with this unit. So we put it up on camera and you'll see it over the course of the next probably year or longer until we find something else comes out that's better than that, which is bound to happen, right? But this is it today. This is the single most powerful mini PC I've ever used, which makes sense, right? They're not making them any slower necessarily. The good news is on the budget side, the budget mini PCs are more powerful today than ever before. So where you might have struggled along with a Celeron J processor or those terrible Atom-based processors, by today's standards, the N150 is incredibly responsive. For most average users, it's like a brand new machine that's faster than the machine they've been using for less than the cost of an operating system at retail price. You get the whole computer with the operating system. Most people would be buying those if they knew they were an option. So we're trying to get the word out to people that, hey, you don't need to stick with that big box on your desk anymore. And you don't have to live with it because you can't afford a new one. You absolutely can afford these new mini PCs that are the budget entry-level ones that by today's standards are very respectively responsive. You click on things and it happens. It's not like a couple years ago where those budget machines made you wait a little bit. Now, if you're an extreme user with extreme demands and you've got a budget wallet, you're just setting yourself up to be disappointed, right? In no way am I suggesting the budget machines are Ferraris, but they're also not bicycles. They're very, very good machines, and I cannot believe how cheap the prices come on them. So we're going to do some live demonstrations of both a new budget machine that's out there and a mid-range, because let's face it, we've got four different ranges. You've got just the cheapest thing I can get that's going to be, Windows 11 compatible, reliable, and under warranty. Okay, that's your budget. You've got middle of the road, not high end, not low end, somewhere right down the middle. You've got high end, which would be this, and then you've got high end gaming, or just gaming PCs, which are another level above, where you're looking closer to the $2,000 range. High end, you're around the $1,000 range. Mid range, somewhere around the $500 range, and budget about $150, $200 range. And you get exactly what you're paying for it with regards to performance. If you're expecting that $2,000 performance out of that $150 mini PC, you're being unreasonable. That's just absolutely unreasonable. On the other hand, if you're not utilizing gaming, you don't need to drop $2,000 on a gaming PC. It's a waste of money. So it swings both ways depending on what your expectations are, what you actually use the machine for, and how much you're willing to spend for it. And somebody sees a $150 mini PC and says, well, does everything well but gaming, right? That's their criticism. It's like, well, hold on. Compared to what? Is there another $150 mini PC that does gaming better? If so, would you please tell me what it is? Because that's a weird thing to criticize on a $150 computer that was never promoted to be for gaming. And furthermore, it doesn't mean it won't do gaming. There's just certain kinds of games it's not going to do well. But other games, it'll do just fine. So for somebody to make that criticism felt very unjust to me, because they felt like, compared to what? Right? This $150 mini PC is great for everything but gaming. Compared to what? Well, compared to this $2,000 gaming PC. Duh? Or are they saying compared to some competitor that has a similarly priced unit that does gaming? If so, don't keep that information to yourself. I want to know about that, and I will share it with all of you. So yeah, that's the lovely side of dealing with the public, in the sense that people will see my videos, they don't know who I am, they've never seen me before, and feel a need to leave an unnecessary comment that, I don't know, I just don't know how to respond to some of the comments. It's very strange sometimes. So I will say, when we do our members only videos, which we do tomorrow, every Monday, we do members only videos. And what's great for me as the creator is I know that all of the audience participating in the chat and watching those videos are familiar. They know what to expect. They've been around. Many of our members, I'm very proud to say, have been members over 2 years, some getting close to 3 years. And it means the world to me. It also helps that I don't have to keep explaining myself over and over, because they've heard it a million times. And it makes the video process and the live interaction a lot more intimate and informal, right? Where I don't have to worry about somebody's looking for something to criticize. The members don't do that. And it's a real pleasure for me to make videos for the members and to hang out with the members. And those are much smaller scale of videos. In other words, This video might get a few thousand views. The members only video, just a few hundred views. But I can tell you from the creator standpoint, the members only videos are often much more satisfying for me, where I really feel like I'm hanging out with friends and I'm not being judged and the questions being asked are legitimate, and they are my favorite videos to make. Those videos are never available to the public. It is a benefit of membership, and my thank you to the people that help support this channel so we can continue to make these videos for the general public. So I'm just trying to keep a foot on each side there. The memberships are available if you want to support us, and you can go back and see all the members only videos that you've missed, and you get that exclusive access to me in email for support or questions. Members get priority, as well as access to the chat room during the members only videos that, again, the regular public cannot see or interact with. And there's a connection that we can make, and we do make, that I think it's just more rewarding for everybody, quite honestly. But for my members, I hope to see you tomorrow, 1 o'clock, as always. Remember that daylight savings time conversion, right? So still going to be 1 o'clock in California instead of noon, and it'll be 4 o'clock in the East Coast, at the East Coast, instead of 5. So wait, instead of 3. Which way does it go? It'll be at 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. That's what it is. Everything moves forward an hour, except us. Here in Phoenix, it's always 1 o'clock all year round, right? When we do the videos, our clocks never change. So it gets a little confusing when we go through the shift. Please remember this, members, if you tune in an hour earlier, or would it be an hour later? And you're like, where's Carey? Clock change. Still going to be 1 o'clock Phoenix time. That did not confuse me at all. I'm sure that was clear as a bell. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks, of course, to Mara for all the work she does in the background with all the channel administration. And bear in mind, when it comes to this test, well, my intention was to demonstrate it. I can already tell you exactly what's going to happen. We're going to move the data at 1,000 megabytes a second, right? So long as the computer that we're transferring to in the switch between us or the router between us supports 10 gig, that's the best you're going to get. It's not going to get any better than that. So if that's important to you, and for the reasons I explained with regards to numerous people using the network simultaneously, that's where the real benefit is, not in the individual speed. Though most content creators and most reviews that you see are going to be focused solely on the speed. That's not really what it's about. So keep that in mind. I look forward to seeing you all again very soon, members. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks to our friends for the super chats, the support from our friend Buster, as always, Oystein, Frankie B. A shout out once again for the super chats. Let me list them real quick. Jose Lopez, Buster, Mark Gaines, Planet Cryos, Martin Hogg, Peter VZ. Thank you to Alej Depej for renewing your membership today. See if I missed anything here. Whenever I don't check it, that's usually when I miss something. I think we're caught up. And again, thanks to each and every one of you for hanging out with me, sharing your Sunday with me, and we'll look forward to seeing you all again very, very soon. Until next time, bye for now.